Living. Prosperous Living. We're here deconstructing from the strongholds of religion and any cultish behavior. And the cultish behavior is anything that makes you think that you can't think for yourself. Everyone trying to tell you what you should think, how you should think, and when you should think. Over here we talk about constructive thinking, things that are going to benefit you. But again, you always got a choice. And no one can make you think a certain way. You have to accept or reject it. Anyone telling you can question something and everything is always the devil, if you don't agree with them, if you don't see it from their perspective, you're demonic, you're low vibrational, you're NPC, you're a soulless creature. Yeah, those are all condemnation or controlling and manipulation tactics. And you need to tuck tail and run or not. It's your choice. But I'm going to go anywhere that's going to tell me how to think. Thank you. To think for myself, to be a free thinker. Freely use your mind. And not get caught up in somebody else's fairy tale, somebody else's story. Because we're not only going to deconstruct organized religion, we're going to deconstruct MLMs too. All of these people that's trying to convince you to join their business and trying to convince you it's your business when it's actually their business, and that 9 to 5s are wrong, but working 24/7 for them is right. They try to convince you, oh, you're gonna only work 3 or 4 hours a day, and the whole time when you get in there, they're convincing you that you have to work hard. You have to work hard. You gotta work hard. You gotta work real hard. Nothing you wanted, nothing gratifying or worth having ever came easy. You're gonna put in. You're gonna have to eat, sleep, and drink this truth. Anything that's trying to make your life their life, that tries to take your life from you. And that's what a lot of these MLMs and organized religion do. They take your life so you don't have time to think or to contemplate or really see what they're saying, because your whole life is about what they're saying. Your whole life is about what, not using your own mind, but thinking the way they tell you to think. Organized religion is the first grift in humanity. That's the first grift. It's a psychological battle. That is psychological warfare. That is the spiritual warfare placed upon humanity. Organized religion. And then you got offshoots of that: spirituality, MLMs, pyramid schemes, um, whatever you want to call them. And we're ready to be loose and set free, and to find our own way in this dream we call reality. And that's the thing for ourselves, and decide what makes us happy, what suits our fancy, what brings us joy. Hey, Glazed, welcome. How are you? Hello, everyone. Welcome. You gotta think for yourself. It's nothing wrong with the 9 to 5. It's nothing wrong with the entrepreneurship. But when you try to demonize one to uplift the other, that's the problem. If you want to be an entrepreneur, then be it. But that don't mean that 9 to 5 is wrong. And if you're going to work a 9 to 5, that don't mean entrepreneurship is wrong. Neither one is wrong. Find your own path. I don't want to do it, either one of them. I'm a capped wife, so I don't work or and I don't own a business. Well, I guess I kind of own a business with my husband, because he also does woodworking while he works his 9 to 5, but he's really just doing his passion, and I kind of manage it. I'm like the secretary. I do the clerical part of it. I do the communication and the billing and the collecting of funds. So I guess I do kind of have a job some kind of way, but it's something we enjoy to do. It ain't nothing that's stressful. It's not anything that takes a whole lot of effort. But again, you got to do you. Good morning. Oh, thank you, Glazed. Thank you. How are you, Journey? Welcome. I do the hard part, did you know? It's easy, it's effortless. Hey, This how much you this is the invoice. This is how much we want. This is how much you collect. Easy peasy, fresh and squeezy. That's it. Just tell me what you want. I'll put it on the invoice. I tell you the price. You give me the funds. It's all gravy. You know, it's a beautiful thing. Hey, Noye. Say that's not a job, that's love. I love it. Resurrection Friday. Hey, Key. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to Prosperous Living with Toyia on YouTube, Prosperous Living with _T on TikTok. Tapping is clapping on TikTok. So double tap the screen. 10K the easy way. You get to come up and we'll let you have your say to a point. We don't get over here with that condemnation and that demonic talk. We don't roll like that. You want to talk demonology, you got to go to another live. We're not here for that. We're not here for the evil, splattering or sputtering or spitting over here on this part of TikTok. Or YouTube, because YouTube, you will be muted or blocked if you start with your devilish ways. If you want to start talking demonology, you're gonna have to go somewhere else. This ain't it. This ain't the place for you. Because we loose and let go of that mindset. We loose and let go of that mindset. We don't believe in demons and devils and Satan's oh my over here. So don't forget to follow. Don't forget to subscribe, comment, share, like the lives. Let's push these lives out so people can take their power back. For those that are ready, we know, right? We can't convince anyone of this. It's only for those who have ears to hear and eyes to see, right? You can't make someone want to be free. You have to want to be willing to want to do the inner work, which is just free your mind and the rest will follow. It's so easy. It's so simple. Oh, you meant to type deconstructing? That's okay. Deconstructing Friday. It's still Resurrection Friday because once you deconstruct, you resurrect the true self, the real mind, the real consciousness, the real power. Oh, I'm doing amazing. How are you doing, Erie? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yes. So everything is the devil. Is it the devil? The only way you see a devil, you got to look in the mirror. The only way you're going to, the only time you see a devil is the one that's looking back at you in that mirror. That's also the only time you'll see God. That's why you have never seen God, because when you look in the mirror, is that really you you're looking at? Maybe. Maybe. Maybe it's you. Maybe it isn't. Because a lot of times what you see and what somebody else sees is not what's being seen, right? You only think what you think you look like, right? And you have changed over time. Because a lot of us don't look like we looked 15 years ago, 30 years ago. Some of us that are, around my age. Hey, Latoxic. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. It's Friday. You get your mind. You get your mind. You get your mind. You get to claim your mind. You get to have your mind back, right? The world had your mind and you had to be loosed and set free. And you get to stop blaming everything on the devil. And you get to take accountability for your thoughts. And you understand your thoughts shape your life, because your thought is the creator in you. Your thought is the creative power. It is the creator in you. That's why I don't mind the Bible, because I understand that the Bible is a mystical book. It is a book of psychology. Like all of the quote unquote sacred scriptures all over the world, they're all telling us the same thing until organized religion got their grubby hands on it. But prior to that, all of those sacred writings were telling us, leading us back to our true self, our true essence, our divinity, our sovereignty, our dominion, our autonomy, right? And that's because once a people know who they are, once a person knows who they are, the world can't do anything with that. The world can't do with anyone who knows who they are. And so when you know who you are, you know you're not here to save anybody. No saviors. Saviors do not exist, regardless of what organized religions tell you, or MLMs. MLM is a multi-level marketing system that tries to convince you that they're also your savior, that they got the greatest business known to man, and they're going to help you get rich real quick. You got to understand there is no get rich real quick. About the only get rich real quick, you got to hit big at the casino, or you got to win a lottery. That's about the only time you're going to get rich real quick. But even then, it may take several attempts of buying a ticket, playing a roulette wheel, going to the Jack Black 21, or going to the slot machine, right? It may take several times doing that before you accumulate enough wealth where you feel like you don't have to work, you get to do whatever you want to do, right? Or you may come up with a great idea, an app that you may sell to some, big corporation that loves your idea, or you come up with some gadget that someone loves and wants to invest in, and, and help you realize your dream. But those aren't get rich quick schemes, because those things came from you. They're innate within you. The problem with the get rich quick scheme is somebody else trying to tell you what can make you rich. That's the problem. That's the scheme. That's the grift. That somebody else can tell you how you can make money. Rich Rising, Rich Rising. Hello, welcome. So yes, I'm going to call out organized religion, and I'm going to call out any business plan that tries to tell you they got the answer to your prosperity. Nobody else has the answer to your prayer. No one else has the answer to your problems. Only you have the answer. The answer is contained within you. Hello, welcome, Brother Thomas. Hello, welcome, welcome. So over here, we're deconstructing from Christianity. We're letting go of devils and demons and Satan's oh my, evil spirits, low vibrational beings, NPCs, all the soulless people. There's no such thing as a soulless person. If you got a soul, then everyone else does. If you don't have a demon, nobody else does. If you don't have a demon, nobody else has a demon. If you have a soul, everybody has a soul. If you have the Spirit of God, everybody has the Spirit of God. It's just that simple. Whatever you see in others, whatever you see in yourself, you see in others. Whatever you see in others, you're actually seeing in yourself. Don't worry about how I'm praying. Just worry about how you praying. So don't come over here with that condemnation or that fear mongering. If that's what you're on the wrong station. You got to change the station. If you're over here trying to sell, fear, we're not buying it. We say no, thank you. No, thank you. You get to have your fear all to yourself. We're jumping off that boat. We're getting off that ship. We're not riding that train no more. We're hopping off that bus, getting off that trolley. We're deplaning. We're disembarking from the ship. We're not doing it. You can't come over here and fear monger anymore. It doesn't work. Go talk to the Christians. Only those Christians and the Muslims. They're the only ones are fear of devils and demons and Satans on mine. You may find a few spiritualists too. You can go into some spiritual communities too. They worry about evil spirits as well. They're contending with devils as well. So you can go talk to them if that's what you're looking for. If you're looking to convince someone through fear, you're on the wrong station. You're in the wrong channel. You're entered the wrong chat. This room is not for you. We don't operate from that mindset. There's no entity outside of us that's looking to destroy us. They do not exist. Say that, Noye. Demons are only negative energy. That's all a demon is negative energy. And negative energies is negative thoughts because there's only one energy. Energy is neutral, right? Energy, the positive and negative are one. They operate, they're not two, they're one. They're married to each other. They're like white on rice, cannot be separated. Negativity and low vibration and evil and bad and wrong are all perspectives of the mind. It's how you're perceiving your reality. You're deciding what that is. Hey, 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 beautiful Mia. Exactly. Return to sender. No, thank you. Send it back. We reject it. Oh, you don't. What it say? Get behind me, Satan. I never knew you. I never knew you. I don't know anything about you. You don't belong here anymore. Right. Various perspectives of the same one. There's only one. There's only one. Mm. Mm. There's no such thing as an eternal consequence. The only consequence is in the moment. You only experience your own beliefs. You only are judged by your own beliefs. You're the only judge and jury of your experience. If you don't judge, you won't be judged. It's just that simple. If you just see it as an experience, then that's all it'll be. Nothing more, nothing less. But when you start saying, oh, this is really good, or this is really bad, or this is really right, or this is really wrong, right? There is truth versus error, right? But when it comes to the law, the universal principle, it doesn't care how you judge it. It all rests on your shoulders. If you think it's wrong, then it's wrong for you. If you think it's right for you. To thy own self be true. Exactly. Consequences are all in the past. People try to tell you, well, you need to do this. Well, you need to do that. The only thing I'm going to say you need to do is pay attention to how you think. That's about all you need to do is pay attention to how you think, because your thoughts are the creator in your reality. And if you want things to be different, then you have to do what? Think differently. And I know we want this to be a group effort, as my friend Mia says. Everybody wants this to be a group project, and it's a one-player game, right? It's a one-player game. It's not a group. It's not a group project. It's not a group effort. Everybody can't go because everybody don't want to go. And I'm not bringing nobody along that's kicking and screaming. No, you get to sit right there. If you don't want to sit at the table, then you're not welcome. You're not invited. It's just as simple as that. The invitation the open invitation, it is an open invitation, but only to those that want to come. I'm not fighting with people to figure out who they are. If they're not ready to hear it, they get to stay on the path. They get to stay on the path of their choosing. But I am here to shine the light, to be the light, for I know I am the light of the world, and truth dispels error all the time. That makes no sense. Infinite can't have choice with pride. It leads to death and time to keep you from eternal. What? There's nothing that can keep you from eternity if you're infinite. That makes no sense. I don't understand that. That doesn't compute to me. Like how's infinite bound by anything? It's experiencing, but it's not bound by it, because at any time you can give up this body. at any time. You can choose to give up the body. You can definitely figure out how to be set free from this body at any moment, at any time. You most certainly can do that. Yeah, but you said infinite. You didn't say finite. You didn't say finite. You said infinite. I guess that's a way of perceiving it. Saying if we stay in resistance, we stay in a dying past, never truly existing reality. I mean, if you say so. We know that what is seen is temporary, and we know that which is not seen is eternal. So that's the distinguishment, right? That the what's seen is the illusion, what's not seen is not the illusion, it's what is the only reality. So it's all perspective. Yeah, so you manifest your outcome based on your prejudgment of self, as in reaping and sowing principle, right? It's really your causing and effect, right? Because you can change the reaping. You don't have to accept what you sown as a final outcome. Because a lot of us sow in ignorance. We sow unconsciously. But that's the beauty of the law. It is merciful. You get to repent, which means you get to uproot. You get to change the narrative. You don't have to accept what has been reaped. You get to change it and do it again. That's the beauty of the law. That's what makes it merciful and loving and kind when you know the law, though. But you got to know the law. You got to know how to use the law. You got to know this principle. And that's the thing. A lot of people don't know this principle. So they get, what have I done? What have I done? Oh my goodness, what have I done? Just change it. Just change it. You don't have to get triggered. You don't have to fall out. You don't have to pass out. Just change it. It's the law of belief, the law of assumption, the law of being. It's called repentance. To think again. We made the law. The law wasn't made, it is. We are the law. It's whatever we say it is. Most people don't know they're in a trance until they wake up in the dream, until they come out of the trance. We all were in a trance. We all were sleepwalkers until we awaken. And then you realize you caused the deep sleep to fall upon yourself. Because again, the awakened state comes through revelation. No one can wake you up. That's something has to be a yearning desire within you to know the truth. The awakening is a happening. It's something that happens to you. And no one knows when the Son of Man shall return. No one knows when the Christ is going to awaken within you. No one can tell you that. That's why the Christ, when on the cross, says, forgive them, Father, for they know not what they're doing. When you're asleep, you have no idea of what's going on. Just like when you actually sleep, right? A lot of us, some of us, I know they lucid dream, can wake up and can recognize that they're dreaming. But for most of the collective, when we're asleep, we're unconscious. We're passengers on the plane. And then when we awake, we're like, oh, wow, that was a tripped out dream. Oh, my goodness, man, that dream. And do you know you don't have to accept dreams either? If you don't like the dream that you had and you think it's prognosticating what you're going to experience in your awakened state, you get to change it. You get to say, oh, no, We not buying that dream. I'm selling that. Oh, I'm changing that. What actually happened in that dream, just like in your wakened dream, in your wakened state, you get to change that too. You get to say, oh, I don't like what happened. I'm going to retell the story. I'm going back to the editing room and I'm rewriting the narrative. That's the power of the tongue, because life and death are in the power of your tongue. And when you love it, you get to eat the fruit thereof. Some of y'all eating some bitter fruit though. Some of y'all eating bitter fruit because you sowing death. You speak death and not life. See, let's keep it simple. Let's just keep it real simple. We don't have to be trying to sound all deep because this life is real simple. What you think about, you bring about. Whatever you speak, the words that goes forth out of your mouth, oh, it doesn't return unto you void. It never returns void. It will accomplish the thing that you sent it, and it will prosper required of it. It will do the darn thing. It will, because your words are the creator. Because in the beginning is your word, and your word was with God, and your word was God, and then your word becomes flesh, which means it becomes your experience, it becomes your situation, it becomes your events, it becomes things that you will encounter in your wakened state. So just keep it simple. Just recognize that my thought is God. And it's not so much what I say outwardly, it's more so much of what I say inwardly, right? Because the Christ told us, oh, you honor me with the lip, but the heart is far from me. So we have learned how to say the right thing at the right time in the right way. We know how to make things sound real good. We know how to be charismatic. We know how to speak real good. But it's what we say in the inner parts, in that secret place, in that closet. Because what is said in secret shall be revealed on the housetops. So you can play the game like you know you talking real good, it sound real good, but you can't fool God. Be not deceived. God is not mocked. What you really sowing within will be shown without. So make sure your yes is yes and your nay is nay. Make sure what you're saying on the inner is the same thing you're saying on the outer. Yes, God is your imagination. You are so right. God is imaginary. God is your imagination. I couldn't agree more. God is the name we give to the mind, to consciousness, to our awareness. It is the generator, operator, demonstrator of this thing we call life. Now, some people will say destroyer. Some people say destroyer because, people like to destroy shit. They like to F some stuff up, they like to. But I'm going to say demonstrator of the truth. I generate, operate, and demonstrate this truth. I like demonstrator. I don't like destroyer. So I changed it because it's my world. It's my reality. But if you like destroyer, you get to say that. You're like, no, I like to say generator, operator, destroyer. And you get to do that in your reality. Because I can't tell you what to think. I can tell you I can show you what you should be thinking. I can recommend what you should think, but I can't tell you what to think. All I can give you a recommendation, like the script. It recommends that you choose life, but it does say I set before you good and evil, blessings and cursings, life and death. And it recommends that you choose life so that you and your seed, you and your desire may live, but it's not a necessary thing. You don't have to. You get to do you, boo. This is Burger King. You get to have it your way. You get to have whatever you say. You do. Hello, welcome. Yeah, it's not love if it's distorted. Can it be love if it's distorted? No such thing as distorted love. It just ain't love. It just isn't love. It will be fear then. It will be the absence of love, which is fear. Because when people describe love, listen to what they say. They're 9 times out of 10 describing fear. When they say love is controlling, it hurts, it's a whole lot of effort, it's a struggle, it's compromise. That's not love. That is operating in fear. Because love is freeing. Love, which is truth, makes you free. And then you realize you don't have to manipulate another. You don't have to control another. You don't have to coerce another. You don't have to convince another. You don't have to compromise. You don't have to compare. You don't have to compete. You don't have to struggle. You don't have to strive. It's the effortless way. That's what love is. Love is effortless. It's easy. Well, we're over halfway there. Double tap the screen. Tapping is clapping. Tap, 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 tap. 10K the easy way. We open up the panel on TikTok. Remember to follow, subscribe on YouTube. We're streaming on YouTube as well. I don't know this use of, why do you say humility? What is humility? Is God humble? The only way I would define humility is that you don't think you're greater than or less than any other being on this plane. That's humility to me. You're not puffing yourself up, and you're not debasing yourself either. You're not gonna say, "Oh, woe is me. I'm such a lowly sinner. I'm so unworthy. I'm so undeserving. I'm not worthy of even breathing this air." No, we're not doing that. And we're definitely not looking up to nobody either. We're not putting nobody up above us. We're not looking up. We ain't like, "Oh my goodness, I adore you. Oh my goodness." No, we're not doing that either. We're looking at people eye to eye. And what we see in ourselves, we see in others. And what we see in others, we see in ourselves. And so whatever you admire about another should be through inspiration, not through adoration. It should inspire you to greatness. Because if you see their greatness, that means you are also great. What you see in others, you should see in yourself. What you adore in others, you should adore about yourself. Remember, the world is a mirror. So when you look at a mirror, you don't look up in a mirror, you don't look down in a mirror. You look at a mirror eye to eye, right? I know people want you to adore them. I know people want you to show gratitude towards them. People want you to appreciate them. People want you to put them on a pedestal. And they will say, "Well, if it wasn't for you, if it wasn't for you, no, if it wasn't for me, if it wasn't for me, if it wasn't for my choices, my thinking, my ways, I'm going to pat my own self on the back." Good job, Toyia. You did that shit. You did it. That's what you need to do. You pat yourself on the back and say, "Yeah, you did that shit. You the one. Yup, you did it. You thought it. You created it. Yup, it's all you, boo. Yup, I did that. I take credit for it all." Yes, I thank me. I'm an awesome being. I'm an awesome creator. I'm a deliberate creator. I'm an intentional creator. My thoughts are the creator within me. I choose this. I choose that. I dictate this. I dictate that. God, I am God. God's not bringing anything to me. Who is this being bringing something to me? I don't know of such a being. Because then that means that being can keep it from me. The one law that we all live by, and we call it by many names, we have various descriptions of defining this one law. And the law is being. Being. That's the law, being. And we call it assumption. We call it belief. We call it attraction. We call it the 7 laws of Hermetica or the Kabbalion. And then people expand and say, oh no, it's 12 laws. Oh no, it's 25 laws. Oh no, it's 48 laws. Oh no, it's 152 laws. No, it's 10,000 laws. There's only one law, and that's the being. Who are you being? Right? That's what this question was, the Christ to his disciples. Who do you say that I am? Which is, who am I being? Because whoever I say that I am being, then that's who I am being. To be or not to be. That is the question. That is the question. To be or not to be. What are you deciding? Because when you decide to be this, you're deciding not to be that, right? When you decide this, you're rejecting that automatically. Your own individualized expression. I'm projecting a vessel. So I'm a spirit with the body, not a body with the spirit. Right? And we know the body is not even solid, right? It's a collection of atoms forming a vessel, appearing to be stagnant when actually it's always in motion, because energy is never at rest. Atoms are never at rest, right? They're always moving, right? Anyway, I don't even get into the physics of all that, because I'm not a physicist. I'm not a, I want to keep it simple. Keep it simple. And this is how we keep it simple. Your words create. That's all you need to know. Your words create. Abracadabra. What you speak, you create. You don't need to know anything else. That's all you need to know. I create. My words are the creator. That's it. Because my words are the symbolic language of the universe. Whether we call it mathematics, whether we call it the various, I'm just going to say all the various sciences, whether it's mathematics, astronomy, astrology, anatomy, neurology, numerology, whatever science, right? It's just a representative of all sciences. It's all symbolic language, right? Because words are symbols too, just like numbers are. Words are pictures too. Because if I tell you a story, what am I doing? Painting a picture. And if I show you a picture, what am I doing? Telling a story. See? Same thing. When I tell a story, I'm painting a picture. When I paint a picture, I'm telling a story. It's the same thing. Same thing. Here we go. People love it. I don't know. And it's usually, unfortunately, I'm not even going to say that, because that's generalizing, and we want to keep from generalizing. But for whatever reason, people love to talk about this ego, and they love to speak about an ego as if it's something that's wrong. And it's usually people, they interject ego into the conversation when you don't agree with them. Whenever you don't agree with someone, they love to say, oh, that's your ego. You need to get that in check. Or that's your ego. You need to die to your ego. Or you got an egoic problem. You're so full of ego. Because I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you, and I have an ego now? Like, make that make sense. Why do I need to agree with you to make your reasoning to substantiate your perspective of life? You should not care what I think about what you think about life. I don't need to validate, and neither do I need you to validate. Because many of you that have been following me and have been, a part of this, I don't even want to say following, but have been a part of this platform, this community. No, I don't talk about an ego. There's no such thing. There's only I am. There's only I am, and that in your I am is projecting onto the screen of space that we call reality. So you have that which is seen and that which is not seen. That's all you have. That which is seen and that which is not seen. That's it. That's it. It's nothing. You have the what we call matter and that which we call the unseen. That's it. Invisibility. And people get their boxers all twisted up in a bunch because you don't see it from their perspective, and now you have to have an ego because Sigmund Freud came along and said it's the ego, it's the id, it's the super id. He came along and told y'all can't loose and let that go. y'all hold on to that like a dog with a bone. Right. My concept of sin just means to miss your aims in life. That's what the word means. That's what it means. All right, all right. We have reached 10K. We have reached 10K. The panel is now open. Understand we're not here to convince anyone of anything. Everyone is free to have their beliefs. I think we can have a conversation if we don't agree, though. If we don't agree, we could still be able to have a conversation, right? I share my thoughts, you share your thoughts, you see my perspective. I say, oh, okay, I see where you're coming from. Okay, I don't necessarily see it from that way. This is what I feel. A lot of times when I do that, people don't like that. People get all kind of they start calling names. They start talking about you're unintelligent. They start telling you got an ego. They start getting all defense. It's just like, calm down. It's okay. We don't have to agree. That's why we are free thinkers here. That's why we have our own minds, and whatever works for you. Now, because it is my platform, I will point out hypocrisy and double-mindedness. I can detect when you're saying this and then you're saying that, and I'm just going to ask you to pick a side you're sounding confused. Like stay on one lane of the road. I will let you know when you're talking against what you just said. I will, and you should tell me when I'm doing the same thing. It's like, well, Toyia, you said this, and now you're saying that. That don't really match. And I'm like, okay. Oh, I didn't even realize that. Yeah, let me think about that. Yeah, you should point out to me when I'm saying something that is double-minded as well. Right? That I'm saying this, but then I'm saying something contradicting the very statement I just made. Yes, that should be, because we're all about sharpening. Iron sharpens iron. We want to make sure that we're creating the very thing we want to see and not speak against the very thing we want to see. Oh, you can't smear my character. Believe me, I'm not worried about it. You can't smear my character. Well, if you're saying the ego is the I am, I'm saying the I am is the God. I'm not saying that I am is a persona. I'm saying that I am is God, not a persona. Now, if you're saying ego is the persona, is the personality that everyone has, okay. But there's nothing wrong with having a personality. There's nothing wrong with people individualized perspective of their unique experience. That part of them doesn't need to die. What needs to die is the limiting beliefs that there's something wrong with you. That's the only thing that needs to experience death, is the belief that there's something wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with you. Hey, Tamby. It means you're already free. ADHD is just a label that you accepted, and you're making the label wrong. Stop saying that the label is wrong. Stop saying there's something wrong. If you're defining yourself as having ADHD, if you're agreeing to this diagnosis, stop making it wrong. You just think differently than everybody else, and that's okay. You just see life differently than everybody else, and what's wrong with that? I don't give right. Right, Mia. That's it. Safe conversations like to bring out that cognitive dissonance. Because who told you you had attention deficit? You agreed to it, so now you act accordingly. I believe you can pay attention because anybody that stays on my lives and can listen to my lives for 2 or 3 hours, you definitely don't have no attention deficit disorder. I don't and I don't understand. I don't know because I'm not a doctor. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a psychiatrist. I don't know what a lot of these different labels and diagnoses are, right? What you're agreeing to and consenting to in that behavior and that expression. But to say that someone can't pay attention, I see people pay attention all the time. and then commit to that label and then want to see the wrongness of the label that you're consenting to. Therein lies the problem. Hey, hey, hey. Well, that's because you say they are real problems. You're saying that they're real problems. So you're right. I'm not here to argue against your belief. I can convince you against something that you already hold as true. If you're saying that this is a problem for you, then it will be. Because here's the thing, the reason why you feel like you have anxiety, the reason why people suffer from anxiety, because they won't let go of control. Anxiety stems from trying to control the future, and depression is being stuck in the past and not freeing themselves from the experiences. You can only be concerned about the current reality. That's the only thing you should be concerned about the present moment. But anxiety wants you to control what may happen. And a lot of times you're making yourself anxious about a situation that never occurs. So how do you counter anxiety? Learn to be present more. Learn to be in the present reality. Be still for a little bit. Most people don't sit with themselves and get still with themselves. They don't talk to themselves. They don't soothe themselves. They don't tell themselves everything is going to be all right. No, this oh my goodness, what if this happens? What if that happens? What if this happens? And most of it never even happens. And you got yourself all in a tuzzy and a fit because you're worried about a moment that hasn't even occurred. Because in the now present moment, nothing is happening. So why you can't be in that moment and appreciate that moment? Appreciate this moment right now that all is well. And then in the next moment, it's still well. And in the next moment, it's still well. And in the next moment, it's still well. Yes, live in the now. And it's all about how you talk to yourself and what you talk about yourself. It really is what you say about yourself. It really is. We accept the world's terms and conditions and don't realize we have the ability to create our own. We have the ability to create our own terms and conditions. I have no idea what you're talking about, and you just I don't even know what you're saying. That don't even make so I'm just gonna remove it. Because what are we doing? A lot of fear mongering going on. Sound like Brother Thomas. You sound like you're doing a lot of fear mongering. You want someone to agree with the negativity that you're saying, and I just simply don't. Because what are we talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. Your God is humble. What you're experiencing, all the stuff that you are saying, it only is for no, I'm not saying it because I'm not I'm not repeating anything you said. I already removed it. Because this is my live. If you want to say it, then you need to start your own live. If that's something you want to tell people, tell them. I don't agree with the negative stance that you have about life. Because that's your stance and you get to have it. I don't agree with it, so I'm not going to share it. I don't know who this God they make out to be, but they make this God out to be a God that is very unforgiving, um, not compassionate, a punishing God, and they're so obsessed with death. I don't understand this. It's an inevitable thing that we all are putting off this body. And since we know that there is going to come a day, one day, that we're going to put off the body, why not figure out how to live an exciting, amazing, abundant life today? Like, decide that I'm going to have joy, peace, love, prosperity, success, abundance all the days of my life. What's wrong with living from that space? People want to come in and just condemn life and only want to talk about the condemnation. They want you to feel guilty. They want you to feel ashamed. They want you to feel hopeless and helpless. They want you to feel remorseful and regretful. I don't understand. If that's how you want to live your life, you do you, boo. You do you. But for me and my house, the God that I am, are we living an abundant life? I'm living an amazing life. And you get what you say. You have to decree what you want and then be faithful with that knowing. Clearly, okay. He's a I guess he's a Christian. So I'm just like, oh, that's like, it was a little, it wasn't coming right out saying, oh, it doesn't matter. Whatever. Christianity, I don't identify with. And the more you hear people talk, it eventually comes out. Some people may not right out say that they're Christians, but the more they have a conversation and they keep talking about what God doing and what you're doing, and you're going to die and you're going to go to hell and God is going to punish you and you need to humble yourself. That's why you're talking about humility. That's why you're talking about death so much, because that's all the Christian. I'm not going to say all Christians, because of course I don't know all Christians, but we know the Christian doctrine, we know the Christian narrative, and of course it's always about punishment and death, right? That is the thing, it's the evil, it's the demonic spirits, it's death, and it's humility, right? And you got to get that. If you want to be right with their God, you got to get all that in order. You got to figure that out. It can be so, don't y'all get tired of that though? Isn't that like kind of like tiring? You always talking about devils and demons and Satan's on mind, and always talking about death, and you don't never really have anything good to say. Like, life just is not in. There's no good going on in your world, so all you got to do is talk about sin and devils and death. It's just like, come on. Where is the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living? How come y'all not like David and say, I would have fainted have I not seen the goodness of the Lord? Where's the, can y'all just let us just talk about the goodness just like one time? Just like one time. Like, what has God really done for you? And you know what they always talk about, what God has done for them? How they saved them from some vice. But has God did anything other thing for you other than saved you from some vice, some addiction that you had? And like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's always, oh, he brought me out of the sin that I was in. Okay, did he do anything else? Did he do anything else other than bring you out of sin? Like, right? Like, is he blessing your relationships? Is your body feeling good? Is your mind at peace? Is your mind at ease? Or is your bank account on full? Like, what's going on? Like, where's the goodness of the Lord? And not and having nothing to do with sin. Like, take sin out of the equation and talk about what your God is doing for you, other than forgiving your sins. Because if that's all your God is good for, he ain't that good of a God. I'm just saying. He's not that good of a God if all he doing is forgiving sins and he not blessing you more abundantly. He's not giving you an abundant life. You don't have joy. You don't have peace. You don't have love. You're not allowing your light to shine. You should be saying more. It should be more that you are owning up to, that this God is doing for you. But unfortunately, organized religion is fear mongering. Organized religion is shame and guilt. Organized religion is all about remorse and regret. Heavy on the shame and guilt. Double, triple, quadruple helping of the shame and guilt. They have to make you feel like a lowly soul. Well, good. I'm glad. Then why are you here if I sound so bitter? I'm only bitter because I don't believe in your Jesus. It's only bitter when somebody doesn't agree with you. Because I'm talking about the negativity of your doctrine. That you don't know how to lead with love. You only know how to condemn and hate and fearmonger. Yes, King of Hearts. Yes. Hey, serious. Welcome, welcome. That part, Mia, that part. Oh, how am I showing negativity? By shedding light on the hypocrisy of Christianity. And I know you guys don't like that. You don't like that light being shown on you, on your cultish behavior. All religions are cults, right? They don't like free thinkers. If you question what they're saying, it's automatically you have a devil. Right? They don't want you to think on your own. You can't do your own thing. You have to conform to their teaching. And if you don't conform to their teaching, you have to be excommunicated. They want to close you off from the rest of the world, right? They want to close you off from the rest of the world. That's why they want your life. That's why you must go to church 3-4 times out the week. You got to have weekly revivals regularly. You have to have shut-ins regularly. You can't read anything other than the Bible. You can only listen to what your clergymen say. And if you question anything they're teaching that sounds contradictory or full of hypocrisy, you're deemed as a devil. Right. A God that needs humans to defend it is not such a great God. Or needs humans to fight its battles is not such a great God. It's not such an all-powerful God if it needs humans to defend it and go to war for it and to do the unaliving for it. Because if God is so all-powerful and God is the reason why we have breath, this God could just withdraw the breath and then there'll be no battle. There will be no bloodshed. There will never be no... All this God would have to do is just take the breath. But no, it's a bloodthirsty God, and it has to use swords and pew-pews and bombs, and it has to threaten, and it has to do all these pillaging and thievery and all this kind of stuff. So there's only one true, the only true religion is me. I'm the only true religion. The only true religion is Hinduism. All organized religion is is a cult. Any religion that tells you can't think for yourself, and if you think for yourself, then it goes against their doctrine, is a cult. All organized religion has you looking outside of yourself. All organized religion has you going to who's ever teaching it. You have to go to them for answers. You have to go to them for guidance. You have to go for them to be led. You have to go outside of yourself. When the true religion is going within. The only true religion is going within. It's getting to know who you are and the power that lies within you. And the power that's in you is your mind, is your creator, is your consciousness, your awareness. Your word is the creator in you. Yeah, well then it can't be a religion then. Then it can't be it can be an organized religion. But I know Hinduism has like three gods. So if you are talking about Hinduism from an organized religion, it's in the same boat as Christianity. Now, if you're talking about the Hindu text, which when I talk about the Bible, I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about the text itself. Yes, it's all about self, but it's not just Hindu. It's the Bible, it's the Emerald Tablets, it's the Sanskrit, it's the Buddha text, it's yes, the Vedas, the Upanishads, it's all of them. They're all pointing us to ourselves. To think that one quote unquote organized religion is superior to another is the problem. You teaching division. How you telling me that Hinduism is the ultimate religion when you're trying to separate yourself from all the other religions? You want to say you're right and everybody else is wrong. Everybody is right in their own eyes. Yes, Hinduism without the organization of it, but it's no different than Islam without the organization of it. It's no different than Christianity without the organization of it. You know, if these different quote unquote religions would let you read the text and figure it out for yourself and still come together and everyone is finding have their own path, have their own way, but that's not what they want. They want conformity. They want a set of rules and regulations that you all have to abide by. And if you don't, there's a price to pay, according to them anyway. Yeah, see, Hinduism has a caste system, just like all of these other religions. It's a hierarchical, right? It's hierarchy, right? It's those that are in leadership live the best life. And then the people on the bottom, they got to figure it out. They got to fight over the crumbs. Hey, 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 beautiful one, welcome. Yep, all of them. All of them. They want us to think that certain religions are, are better than another. No, they're all in the same. They're all cults if they don't allow you to challenge their authority, or they don't have you, if they don't allow you to challenge what they're sharing. If they're saying, no, it must be my way. You don't get to have a say. You don't get to share your opinion or your thoughts. You must do it this way. That is a cult. That's why I got MLMs on there too, because MLMs are making their way back. MLMs, it used to be like an 80s, 90s thing, but I guess it just never went away. And it's taken on a new form. Now we are in the digital age, and now we're this global community. The pyramid schemes used to be just kind of left to your local area, right? Your 50-mile radius, right? Now, because we're in a digital community, it has spread abroad, and now everybody trying to sell you on a business. Everybody's trying to sell you on 9 to 5 is wrong, entrepreneurship is right, and they're going to sell you on getting rich quick with them. They're no different than religion. They're no different than religion. And the thing is, those MLMs, those pyramid schemes, they know the script. They know to put God, the devil, and the scripture. They know how to wrap it up in a present and tie with a nice little bow, because they know to use God, the script, and the devil in their delivery. Because those of the religious mindset are most susceptible to these pyramids. Ponzi schemes. That's what they call, right? Pyramid scheme, Ponzi scheme. Now it's MLM. And the reason why MLMs have stayed around longer than the Ponzi schemes and the pyramid schemes, because they figured out that if they sell a product, that kind of is the loophole to the government, which says, oh, we're actually selling products. We're not just really selling ideas. We're not promising people money just for joining the club. We're actually selling a product. But you don't understand that when you buy into the business, you become the consumer. You become the consumer because you have to continuously buy products to to sell. You have to buy the product first and then sell it to the customer, which makes you the customer. And all the business is doing, selling it twice. They sold it to you, and now you got to sell it to them. So you have to sell the product twice, right? And if nobody ever buys it, and the only way you really make money, you have to get your friends and family or co-workers or, you know, people that you went to school with that you haven't talked to in 10 years and convince them that what you're doing is a great idea and they need to join it too. And then when they join, they pay you, and then they get 5 more people to join, and they pay you. But you never get paid though, because guess what? The business is never set up for you to prosper in it. It's just meant to sound good, just like in these organized religions. You're not meant to prosper in Christianity. You're not meant to prosper in Islam. They're just selling you hope. Hope is the new dope, and that's all they're selling you is hope. They're selling you real estate that you'll never live in. That mansion in the sky and a sweet by and by, as Reverend Ike like to say. They're selling you a mansion in the sky, and then they're selling you prosperity. So these MLMs and these organized religions are cults. And they make you feel like if your friends and family are telling you it's wrong, they're the devil. Right? So organized religion, if you don't agree with them, you're the devil. MLMs, if you don't agree with them, you're the devil. See how they use the same scare tactics, the manipulation? That if someone challenges the business model, someone challenges the doctrine, you're deemed a devil. They don't have any they don't have anything to counteract, or they don't have anything to say what you're a reason for what they're saying. So they go to the script is they're a devil, they're negative, they just don't understand, they're just trying to, they just trying to, the negativity, their mindset, they're messing with your mindset, they're messing with your mindset, they're sowing seed of negativity, they're sowing seeds of, they're just trying to get to you, they just don't want you to be great. No, your family wants you to be great. Your family wants you to, your parents want you to prosper. They want you to figure life out, and they would love that if the business that you were getting into would prosper you. They would love it. Group and no, yep. That's the problem. That's the problem. They want you to be sheep. This person right here, went to the sheep, instruct the shepherd. That's what I'm saying. They want you to be their sheep. Who made you somebody's shepherd? That's the problem. Stop looking for leaders. They don't exist. The leaders that you claim that are leading never are leading. They're never leading. They're just authority figures. They're not leading you. They're blind leaders of the blind, and you all falling into a ditch. Exactly. Yep. I don't like Hinduism's caste system implanted with the government. I also don't agree with karmic reincarnation. Makes zero sense from an abusive religion standpoint. It does. Right. Exactly. Thank you, James. That part. You said it. That part. Yes. Yes. No, it's not if evil and division is among us. If it's evil and in good is within you. The evil and good isn't among you. The evil and good is within you. Because evil wouldn't exist except for it being in the mind of man to do so. It's just that simple. The only reason why evil exists because the mind of man decides to do it. If the mind of man decided to lead with love, we wouldn't have evil. But the mind of man desires authority. It desires to manipulate, control everyone but themselves. See, if you just worried about yourself, life will be great. But no, the problem with organized religion is that they want to control other people. And usually the people that's trying to control someone don't have control over their own life. If you look at a lot of these so-called leaders and you really looked at their life is shit out of control. It is out of control on every level, from their marriage to their relationship with their children, the relationship with their co-workers, the relationship with their congregation. It's all about fear-mongering and control. And they're most of the time living a double life. They show one thing in the public, and then behind closed doors is a whole nother story. They don't live what they talk about or what they preach about, because it's all about appearance. Religion is all about the appearance of wealth and happiness and stability and love and kindness. They don't actually live that life. Because if they actually lived that life, they would stop trying to control yours. If people actually had control of their own life, they wouldn't try to control yours. But because they don't have control over their life, they need to control something, and so they want to control yours. And most people gladly do. I did it. I was a Christian. I thought they had the answers. I followed the so-called leaders. I thought they had the answers to eternal life. I thought they had answers to the abundant life. I thought they had answers to a peaceful life. Nope, they didn't have the answers. They're figuring out life just like me. So why am I going to put my life in their hands? I'm going to put my life in my own hands. I'm going to answer for myself, to myself. I'm going to stop looking to another to lead me and guide me. I'm going to learn how to use my own mind and think for myself. That's why I have a mind, to use it. That's the reason why I was given a mind, so I would use it. Not to be told what to think and how to think or when to think. Yep. Hey, Chrissy. Hey, Christy. Say, growing up, hypocrisy was the biggest reason that I would not be involved with organized religion. That and they don't ask questions is blind faith. Yep. And that's what they want. They want you to have blind faith. They just trust me, trust me. They like, a lot of these so-called business leaders and these MLM cults and these religious leaders is always just believe me. What I lie, if somebody has to say that something is a scam and what they lie to you, they're lying to you. Because you don't need to preface it if I'm lying, if you're not lying. There's no reason to say it. That should make your bunny ears go up. The fact that you try to convince me you're not lying is usually because you are lying. And people well, why do people lie? Because they can. People don't need a reason to lie. Because it sounds good. And remember, a lie is just a story that someone tells, and it's up to you to believe the story or to reject the story. You don't have to believe every story that you hear. And they are great storytellers because they know that if they tell a story so big that it tricks the mind to be like, that story just got to be real, because who would lie about that? That's a psychology, that they tell a story so grand, so outlandish, it pulls on the heartstrings. It's all about emotionalism and connecting with you from an emotional level. So then once they get your emotions, they can control your thinking. Because the thing is, once you are emotional, you're not thinking. You're not thinking when you're emotional. You're being led by how you feel when you're supposed to be led by how you think. Free your mind. Exactly. A lie don't care who tell it. Say that again, A-Town. Say, James said, I think these evangelists suffer from their beliefs and their doubts, which creates horrible cognitive dissonance for them. So they seek to cause others suffering to validate their own lonely suffering. Yes, what they say, hurt people hurt people. And people that are that are full of love and light give it away. They freely give it away. It's unconditional. It's not transactional. You have to learn how to bet on yourself. So I've been watching the Titans of Wall Street because I'm all about the mind. And you know that the world is a thought world. The world is mental. And I'm just looking, I'm just watching them, and you're hearing the stories of those who took what they call great risks, and those who actually outperformed, and those who took it and it really didn't work out for them, and others it did work out for them. And what I realized with all of those men, they bet on themselves. And this is the thing that religion doesn't teach you. They don't teach you to bet on yourselves. Neither those MLMs. They make you think you're betting on you. They convince you. They use word salad, and they use script, and they use manipulation to make you think that investing in the business that they're offering to you is somehow investing in you, when actually you're investing in them, because you have to buy the product to sell, and then you have to recruit people to also buy the product that they're also going to sell. So then the business gets to double dip. The business always gets to double, and they more than double dip, because every time someone buys the product, depending on how far this downline goes, they're always reaping from other people buying and selling and buying and selling. They're always going to continue to reap from that, and it compounds upon itself. And what makes it a scheme, manipulation, is that you never get what's promised. You never realize the amount of money they claim you can make. It's a real popular TikTok. I think she just started, but her videos are going viral. She was part of Amway. She said she was part of Amway for 9 years. She went in debt. She spent almost $190,000. That's how much she lost for 9 years. And she said she felt it was a cult. They had her life between her working, her and her husband working their full-time jobs, and then the job of Amway, which was, they were always looking to recruit, always looking to expand, and looking for someone to buy into the business, and always buying products. They went almost into $190,000 in debt because they continued to chase the carrot, the dangling carrot that they were never going to obtain. And these business models use religion. They understand the psychology of Christianity. Most certainly they use Christianity, because we're in the Western world, and we're in a Western society that loves Jesus. We're in a Western society that loves Jesus. And so they make sure to tell you that they quote scriptures to align with their what's the term, what's the word I want to say? Whatever they're trying to convince you of. They make sure to use scripture. And then if it's not working out, they make sure the devil is the reason. They implement God or Jesus, scripture, and the devil. You're always going to find that mixed in. And those who claim to be spirituality, they do the same thing. They do the same thing, like your Bob Proctors and your, not Abraham Hicks, but that's also a little fishy. All of these people that tell you about the mindset, and you have to buy into what they're selling. Because they come to find out Bob Proctor was an MLM. He was part of Amway. While he's sitting up telling you the mind creates, and the mind is this, and the mind can do this, he actually was one of the first investors in Amway. That's what he got a lot of his money from. So he didn't really believe in the laws of mind. He believed in the law of manipulation. He had a school trying to teach people how to be coaches. That's why he got a lot of his money. Bible colleges or spiritual schools teaching coaching, they're not regulated by the government because you can't regulate belief systems. You can't sue beliefs. That's why they're not regulated. That's why there's a separation between church and state, because you can't sue that someone believed in somebody. Now, now some of these people get caught up because they make outlandish claims, because they get caught up in making promising things from a business sense that they can't live up to. So remember, I was telling you guys that one coach, she's being sued by the government, the FTC, because she was telling people that when they joined her MLM, that they would make $70,000 in a month. Like, she was making outlandish claims, and none of these people were making the money, and the most that they were making was maybe $5,000 a year, and she was promising tens of thousands of dollars a month. That's why she got caught up. Had she not made that outlandish claim about how much they couldn't make a month, she might would still not have been messed with the government. If she was just telling them, hey, this is a great business idea, if you work hard and you have the right mindset and you invest, and then it's up to them to decide to invest, she might not have been messed with. But when she started guaranteeing income is where she slipped up. When she started guaranteeing that this is something that's what a lot of these spiritual people, these coaches, as long as they don't guarantee anything, they can continue to take your money. But the moment people start guaranteeing a result is when you start treading on water, and you're going to end up sinking. But my thing is, no one can guarantee your life but you. No one can guarantee that you're going to be successful other than you. You got to stop letting people sell you on hope. I know some of us are in desperate situations. Some of us feel like hope is, they've been feeling hopeless and feeling helpless and feeling like you don't have any direction, but you don't have to buy hope. And that's the thing. They prey on the helpless, the hopeless, the desperate. Because when you're hopeless, helpless, and desperate, you're not thinking. You're not thinking. The last thing you're doing is thinking, which is why they can get you. Because they know that you're not thinking clearly. If they can get you because they have you chasing after something that never happens. You don't chase, you attract, but yet they have a way of saying it that's very manipulative. That's because they use the script, because they lean into your emotions, because they give you a zero to hero story. They have to identify with your despondency. So they know that the reason why you're listening to this because you want to be rich, because you want to be in a stable place financially, and they lean into that. And they get you right where it hurts, that pocketbook. They get you right where they get you right where they get you right where they want you. Because who doesn't want financial stability? Who doesn't want a financial windfall? Who doesn't want that? But there is no get rich quick scheme. And these people that are promising you get rich quick schemes. That's exactly what it is, a scheme. Yes, I'm glad these spiritual grifters are held accountable, but it sounds like partiality. The 700 Club is still, I know, right, James? The 700 Club, because as long as people don't believe in themselves, these things will be around. But the beautiful thing is that we are in a global community. The gospel is being preached for real, because I thought about the Christ ministry. He didn't just teach the truth. He also dispelled the error. He also said, watch out for the Pharisees and the Sadducees. Watch out for the false prophets. Watch out for these people that are promising you the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow and selling you, as A-Town said the other day, a fur coat on the beach. Like, you don't need a fur coat on the beach. And then nobody can promise you the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Nobody can sell you your prosperity. Come, how you buying prosperity? That's not how it works. Like what? It's about deciding what you want and being committed to it, and stop listening to these people that got these sob stories and trying to convince you with the shiny object. If they have to make you feel emotional in order to get you to do something, that is manipulation. Exactly. Mass hypnosis. You are to use discernment. It is okay to question what people are telling you. And I guarantee that's why they make it be a teaching thing and you're the student, because you're not supposed to ask questions. That's why they have a mass of you in one room. They're up here. They're not allowing you to question them. If you start questioning them, you got to get out. The moment you start questioning them, you got a devil. You're coming against the fold. You are wolf in sheep's clothing. You ain't here for you trying to damage the flock. You ask too many questions. Got to get you up out of there. Anyone that questions their authority or question what they're saying, you're the problem. That lets you know that they're not on the up and up, because you should be able to withstand the questions. Now, you don't like the answer is one thing, but to be demonized for questioning is control and manipulation. Because what? Why can't I question you? Why can't I ask you? Why can't we have a conversation? Because like I said, I'm always up for a conversation for what I believe, because I have an answer for what I believe. I don't back down from nobody. I stand 10 toes down. And you don't got to worry about it. I'm not going to call you unintelligent. I'm not going to call you a demon. I'm not going to call you evil spirit. I'm not going to call you low vibrational. You don't got to worry about that. Those words will never proceed out of my mouth, because I know who I am. And I'm not here to convince you of anything. I can speak my truth, though. Oh, I speak my truth with 10 toes down. I don't back off my truth. I know who I am. And I give an answer. I always got an answer for what I believe. And it's never going to be your demon. It's never going to be your demonic. It's never going to believe, oh, you're a devil. It's never going to be, oh, you're just low vibrational. Oh, it's never going to believe. It's just going to be, if we're having a conversation and you don't understand what I'm saying, I'm just like, well, you just don't see it from my perspective, and that's okay. I just can't, what I'm saying, not registering with you, and that's okay. We can move on. That's about all I'm going to say. If we having a conversation, if I said it 3 or 4 times and I said it in the best way I could say it, and you still don't understand what I'm saying, then I'm going to say, well, okay, that's cool. You don't have to agree with me. It's okay. I don't know how to say it any better. It's just not resonating. It's all right. And we go our way in peace. That's how it should be. But because that's how you know that people are scamming you. Because the moment you question, they condemn you and call you stupid and unintelligible and demonic. That's how you know they're scamming you. Because why? That's all unnecessary. If you really do have a good product, if you really do have something that's worthwhile, it doesn't take you condemning the person that doesn't want to buy. Say Jake from State Farm. Yeah, call you Timothy. You got it right. Yep, they know how psychology works. They know what the mind is susceptible to, right? And they know that the mind, once it's in an emotional state, doesn't think logically. Now, when it comes to faith, faith is not logical. But remember, faith is not for you believing in other people. Faith is for you believing in you. Your faith is for you, not for them. So you see how people try to twist the truth and manipulate you with it by telling you that Faith isn't logical. You're right. But the faith is not supposed for you to believe in someone else. The faith and belief is supposed to be to believe in for you, not for them. But they say it, they manipulate you and make you think that the faith should be placed on them. Believe what I say. Have faith in me. They want to be your savior. And what do I keep telling you? There are no saviors. Ain't nobody coming to save you, boo. Not even that business they trying to sell you into. Nothing is coming to save you, not even the business they're trying to sell you. Your faith. My body. It's all me, myself, and I. That's all I got until the end. And that's what I found out, right? You have to find out there's only me, myself. The only being I need to trust in is me. That's the only being I need to trust in. Nobody else. Double tap the screen. Come on, 50K the easy way. Tapping is clapping over here. If you want to have a conversation about freeing your mind, that it ain't no devils keeping you from your good. You have to be willing to trust in yourself, to be committed to your vision, decide what you want, and then be faithful to it. Too many of us get discouraged when things don't happen in the way and in the time we think it should. And we lose hope in ourselves. And hope is an expectation of good. Hope is an expectation of good, not a guesswork, not uncertainty of a future outcome. That's not what hope is. And that's how religion sells it to you. It sells it to you of an uncertainty of an unexpected future. When hope is a certitude of expectation of an outcome you know will surely come. That's why you don't put your hope in another. Your hope should be in you. You should expect that you will win. You should be certain that because you stayed committed, because you persevered, because you were single-minded, because you have the gift, because you have the skill, because you trust in yourself, you believe in yourself, you know yourself, it must surely come, because you shall speak the word, and it shall not return unto you void. Not listening to their word, not following after them, not trusting in them. Yes. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind. I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up. Hey, and they say that up, down, up, down. Because all I do is win, win, win. Hey, all I do, that's what you got to say. There is no failure in good. It's failure in fear, though. A lot of y'all lead with fear. You cannot make choices in fear. Make choices in good. We're all influenced by something. I'm influencing myself, though. I'm betting on Toyia. I'm influenced by me. I'm not going to say I'm not inspired by others, but I don't let others determine my lot in life. I don't let someone else tell me what I can and cannot do. If you can't see it, that's because it ain't meant for you to. That's what you got to say. When you have a vision, you don't let somebody else tell you if your vision is possible or not. You don't let somebody else dictate your reality. You don't let somebody tell you what you can and cannot do. That's why the script tell you not to tell people. Because you're not too sure your damn self, but you running your mouth telling people when you're not even too sure. Raise your hand if you're sure. Raise your hand if you're sure. If you ain't too sure, keep it to your damn self. Raise your hand if you're sure. If you ain't sure, keep it to your damn self. Put your arm down. Put your arms down. And don't nobody want to smell that funk. So functified. Funk, so. Keep that hand down. Don't nobody want to smell that funk if you ain't sure. Yes, the word is your truth, or the truth you choose to believe. Say that. Say that. Even if they believe in Christianity, it's true to them. Yep. But it's a miserable belief system. Hell just makes no sense when you think about it. It doesn't. The thing is, they really don't believe. Because if they believe, they will actualize everything that script tells them. They don't really believe. They operate out of fear. That's why most Christians are miserable and experience trauma, because they really don't believe. They're operating in fear, not love. They're wishing it were so. It's guesswork. They think God listened, but not really sure. They hope God answered, but not really sure. They definitely do not need to raise their hand because they definitely are not sure. The only people that's really sure is the leadership. They sure they got your ass exactly where they want you, sitting in them pews, giving them 10% of your income. That's one thing they sure about. They sure your ass gonna sit in that pew, gonna listen to what they say, not gonna question what they say, and you're gonna get them 10% of that income. They're sure of that. If one thing for certain, two things for sure, they know your ass giving up 10% of that damn income. They know your ass coming to church every Sunday. They know your ass gonna sit there in that pew and you ain't gonna question shit. Because the moment you question shit, they gotta come and cast that demon up out of you. They gotta put some blessed oil up on you. They gotta do a shut in because so many demons running around. They gotta tell a sermon about your disobedience. They gotta tell a sermon about your thought ways, your fornication. They gotta bring a sermon to put your ass back in check because you're getting out of line. And they gotta bring that manipulation tactic, and they gotta whoop you. They gotta put you right back in line. And that's one thing they sure of. Now you're not so sure. You don't know what's gonna happen. You crying and bawling and snotting, talking to God, begging, pleading, and all that. Okay, you never went to church. Okay. It is. The church is most definitely opposite Jesus' teachings. If Jesus came back like they think he would, they would crucify him all over again. They wouldn't recognize Jesus. The church, they don't know the Jesus of the Bible. They might be able to recognize Paul, since Paul is the one that really gave them the rules and regulations to their church doctrine. But Jesus, they wouldn't know him. They wouldn't know Jesus. Because Jesus teaches everything against the church, what the church does. They wouldn't know Jesus. They wouldn't know him. They know Paul, though. Because they like, man, Paul, thank you. He gave them all the authority. Paul gave all the men the authority, so they would love Paul. They would definitely recognize Paul, because Paul definitely gave them, these men in leadership, they love Paul. Oh, they love him. But Jesus, not so much. They don't really love Jesus. There's no such thing as a lie. There's an error. That's the thing. That's the problem. Christianity doesn't tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help them God. So then in your case, it would be a lie. So that means Christianity is a lie then, right? That means Christianity is a lie because they don't tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They teach the doctrine of Satan, the doctrine of devils. And what is the doctrine of devils? Christianity teaches the doctrine of devils. And what's the doctrine of devil? Doubt. Christianity teaches doubt. They operate in fear. But not just Christianity, any organized religion. I say Christianity because I used to teach it, so I know. I was never a Muslim. I was never a Hindu or Buddhist. I was never, I was a Christian though. So I'm very familiar with what they, with what they teach. And they teach doctrine of devils. They are very, very much about doubt. They're not certain about anything other than that they're going to die. That's about anything they're certain of. They're certain that they're going to die. They don't not so sure what's going to happen after they die. They definitely not too sure about what's happening while they live. They definitely are not too sure about this life right here and now. They definitely don't. They're all about escapism. They don't want to deal with the difficulties and the challenges of the day. They would rather be raptured about this boy. But why you come to a place that God set you on just to escape from it? So why you think God put you here and you so busy trying to get up out of here? That's really a question, right? For the Christian mind. If God brought you here, why are you such in a rush to get up out of here and to be raptured up out of here? Like, why? Because God brought you here, didn't he? Well, God put you here. So why did your God put you here? Why did your God place you in a corrupt world to fend for yourself? You make it make sense. That's the part that doesn't make sense. You blaming the world instead of blaming your God. He put you in here. He brought you to planet rock, to planet corrupt. And instead of you being the light of the world that your God says you are, you too busy condemning the creation that he made. Y'all the problem. You are the problem. Christians are the problem. Because instead of you being the light of the world, a city set on the hill that could not be hid, and let your light so shine, you too busy talking about the darkness. Oh no, I'm not. If you're here to teach, no thank you. No thank you. We can have a conversation, but if you're here to teach, I don't need you explaining Christianity to me. I know it. Right now, these are rhetorical questions, and it's a lot of sarcasm, rich with sarcasm, but I don't need to be taught Christianity. Been there, done that. I already know the script. I don't need to be taught. I don't need you to explain Christianity to me. I know it fully well. Well versed in Christianity. Yeah, you are supposed to be the light of the world, but how you going to light the world if you're trying to escape it? That's the question. How are you going to be the light of the world if you're only trying to escape the world? You want Jesus to hurry up and come back when Jesus said you're supposed to light this place up, but you're not. You're not lighting this place up. You're too busy condemning the world instead of spreading your light. Because the light is love. Okay, I'm just letting you know that if you start trying to proselytize, convince, and convert, I'm just going to drop you. I have no problem with a conversation. If I start hearing proselytizing, then I'm going to have to end the conversation. Hello, welcome.
Hello. Yeah, I'm not here to fight.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, I do agree that we are told to be the light, but that is the truth. So I mean, if we all just kind of go off of our personal truths, that means we have no starting point or no origin of life. So we have to have something of foundation for us all to reference from.
Okay. And so you being a Christian, how are you spreading the light? What are you doing to show forth the light so the world will be drawn to you and want to embody the same light?
So what we are told is to walk in spirit and in truth. You have to know what the truth is before you walk in it.
But you say you know the truth, so I'm asking you from a practical way, what does that look like?
the Bible refers to it as the fruit of the Spirit, which is kindness, meekness, gentleness, forgiveness. So if somebody was to harm me today, even though it's not right, you don't have to agree with it, but you have to forgive the person.
Okay.
Now, if they keep trying to do it over and over again, then you distance. You can still love that person and you forgive them, but you can distance yourself from them. So
Where
we're
does
not.
it say that in the script? Because it said, how many times shall I forgive my brother? 70
Yeah,
times 7. So where does it say now you got to distance yourself if they keep doing it? It says you got to keep forgiving and keep forgiving and keep forgiving. There's no end to this forgiveness. But according to you, there is. You have to
yeah,
distance yourself now.
but if they do one thing and then they realize that it's not a good thing, and then they choose to just keep doing the same thing,
What if they never
you are
realize
allowed
it?
to. What's that?
What if they never realize it?
Um, I would have to say, I mean, the person, I mean, they have to realize it. I mean, in some form, maybe not fully, but in some type of way to let them know that it's not right.
But what if they
Whether
just
they
don't
want
see
to
it from
admit
your
to it.
perspective? What if they just never see it from your perspective? What if they just say, no, I like what I'm doing. It's not wrong.
Well, I can say that that is kind of what we do when we lead ourselves. We have no general foundation to reference. So that means everybody, how everybody feels, that's what's right. And that's why it's self-destructive. It's chaos because we're all going off of how we feel, which, I mean, don't get me wrong, we have feelings for a reason, but are we supposed to let those lead us is the question.
Now, I agree with you. We're not supposed to let the feelings lead. We're supposed to learn how to master the emotions, just as we are supposed to master our own thoughts, because it's our thoughts that lead us down the path of what you would call destruction or erroneous living. The thing is I agree with you about the spirit, having the fruit of the spirit. The only thing I
Yeah,
differ with you on is thinking that I need to believe in Jesus in order to have it.
yeah. Well, if he claims to be the foundation of it, I mean, it kind of brings in some relevance.
No, we just interpret the scriptures from a different perspective. That's it. You see Jesus as a real person existing in time and space, and I see Jesus as the archetype, the personification of the mind, body and spirit, body, soul, and mind. That's why I see Jesus as the personification of body, soul, and mind of every being born of woman. But you would say it was no, he was a man born of a miraculous birth.
So you think Jesus is female? Is that what you stated?
No, I'm saying Jesus is the mind, is consciousness.
That means he's not. I mean,
Right. He never existed. Exactly. For
so
me, he never existed. For me, he's just that the Bible is a book of mythology. It's a psychology book. It's all scientific, and it has nothing to do with anybody that existed in time and space.
Yeah. So I got a quick question for that. Have you been to libraries before, or even like bookstores and stuff?
That has to be a rhetorical question, because what?
Well, I'm asking
I
that
mean, I'm not a
because
5 year old. I'm not a Gen
no,
Zer.
yeah,
So
I'm
to
not trying to
ask
say
me
like
that, I mean,
that.
I could Gen Zer may have never been to a library, but I'm 50 some years old. I think I've been to a library before, because really,
Okay, my
because
bad, my
I'm
bad.
gonna drop you in a minute, because don't play with my cat. Don't play with
No,
my
I was
intelligence. Don't
I
play with
was
my
genuinely
intelligence,
asking.
because I think you can tell I'm well above a certain age, and to ask me if I've ever been to a library is disingenuous, and you're trying to be condescending. So we can end the
So no,
conversation.
not at all.
Yes.
So some people just don't like libraries. That's all I was getting at. Some people like to hear a story being read to them. So,
no, but you asked her, had she ever been to a library?
What the fuck? If I've ever been to a school, I've been to like what the fuck are we doing? Like, I'm born in the 70s. And God damn it, of course I've been to a library. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, and I was born in 87, but I brought it up for a reason because if you go to them stores or the library, you will never find the Bible in fantasy categories or mythology.
I used to be a Christian, so I had a Bible. Did you not hear it? So how long you been in my life? Because I said I used to be a Christian, and I used to teach Sunday school. So
yeah, but that doesn't mean you was taught correctly, though. That's
what I. But no, but again, so what that has to do with going to a library? Because you're trying to make the distinction that if I've never been to if I've been to a library, and I probably haven't stumbled upon a Bible, but I was a Christian, so I obviously had a Bible. So what are you? I don't even know. I don't even see the correlation of what you're saying. You're not making a connection to what you're trying to draw a conclusion to.
All right. So my point behind that is you stated the Bible as mythology, as fairy tale. So I pointed out, I asked, have you been to the library or to the bookstores in order to see if those books would actually be in those sections? And you never find them there. So
no, that's because the Bible's in the religious section of the library. It doesn't mean that it's not fiction. It's just in a religious.
So why would it not be in those two categories that she?
Because it's religious literature. It's separate. Fiction and literature are two. Fiction and religious literature, even though they both may be fictional, are two separate categories. Do you understand?
Is there anything true in mythology?
It depends on what you're trying to ask, because sometimes mythology points to people who actually lived in real historical time and they draw from that. And sometimes they point to locations that actually exist. That doesn't mean that the stories within them are real.
Okay. So we can conclude that, I mean, despite those little things being maybe true, but it's usually based off pure fairy tale or whatever, mythology. So if anything is true, it has to be fully true. Like, we can't just say, oh, well, the moral foundation of the Bible, I can see how that's good and how that can be true or good for us and true. But all of the other stuff in it is kind of disregarded. Like, how the Bible works is you have to take it all or you take none of it.
Well, that's for you as a Christian. You could dictate how you're going to digest the Bible, but you don't get to tell me how I should digest the Bible. And I never said that the Christian religion was built on morality, or that they get their morality foundation from the book. Because Christianity obviously doesn't. Like, what are we talking about? Have you studied the historicity of Christianity? They do not. They know nothing about morality. It knows nothing about morality, because, of course, you all would like to say with those people that called themselves Christians weren't actually Christians. Well, that's very convenient, you know, because Catholicism, you know, it depends on what brand of Christianity you want to be affiliated with. Because when I was a Christian, when I was of the Pentecostal mindset in my specific church, nobody else had it right but us. The Methodists had it wrong, the Episcopalian had it wrong, the Buddhists had it wrong, Islam had it wrong, Jehovah's Witness had it wrong, Catholicism had it wrong, Eastern Orthodoxy had it wrong, everybody, Apostolic had it wrong. The only people that had it right was us. Nobody else had it right.
Why they have it wrong and why you are claiming that. So Christians set up. We do not group in most Catholics with us, as same as Jehovah's Witnesses and Muslims, because they all reference the Bible, but we have different main truth claims. Christianity claims Jesus was God in the flesh. Mm-hmm. Muslims do not claim that. Neither do Jehovah's Witnesses. You see what I'm saying? So there's the difference in the main truth claim.
Yeah, but I've named brands of Christianity too, and they all believe that Jesus came in the flesh, and they still say that they had it wrong.
Yeah, there's gonna be differences. Even the 45,000 denominations within Christianity, they all have differences in the smaller truth claims, and that's okay. They're still referencing the same God. But once you change those main truth claims, that's when you create a whole new God. And that's what most Catholics do. That's what Jehovah's Witnesses do.
That's real convenient that God could be a God of confusion when he said that he is in, but you as a human, as a believer in this Christian deity is making excuses for the chaos, the confusion that's evident within it. You're going to set the
Yep.
confusion aside just to keep the narrative. That's real convenient, but you get to have that because I'm not here to take it away from you. But I'm just not going to subscribe to it. I say
Yeah.
no, thank
So
you.
yeah, but there's also a evil force out here, and we can tell there's a lot of corruption in this world.
And it,
So
and it had and it has always been Jesus's supposed life, death, burial, and resurrection did nothing to change it. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely not a doggone thing. The world keeps worlding. The world keeps doing exactly what it been doing before he came and even after he came. So what was the point?
But he didn't claim to stop all of it. That he never claimed to do that.
What did he claim to do then? I thought he claimed to take away the sins of the world. He did not come to take away the sins of the world.
No, he never. No. That's that's a misunderstanding. So
no, what does the script? Don't tell me it's a misunderstanding. What does the script say?
So
does the script say that he came to take away the sins of the world? That's a yes or no question. Is that what the script says?
No.
So what does the script say?
It means
no. I didn't ask you to give me to define what it means. I asked you what does the script say? What is the what is the wording? How does the script go?
Yeah. So. Well, hold on. Let me explain the other part first.
No, you keep trying to define. That's not the question. So unless you're going to tell me what the script says and not tell me what it means, I'm asking what does it say?
Is this open panel, Queen?
Oh, no, we talk one at a time because when we all start talking at the same time, it gets confusing.
Gotcha,
we just hear a lot of voices going on and everybody trying to say something at the same time, and it's not.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
So which part did you want?
You said, what is it? Behold the Lamb who comes to take away the sins of the world. Isn't that the script? Or is it not? Maybe because I haven't read the scripture in a long time. So I may be misremembering it. So I'm asking, is that what the script says?
Well, let's go with that. Well, what does that mean to you when you hear that?
If you're telling me he came to take away the sins of the world, if that was his purpose, then there should be no more sin in the world. That's what I should draw from that scripture. If he came to take away the sins of the world, but he didn't, then he died in vain, or the sins of the world have been taken away. Those are the only two options.
But what makes you reach the conclusion of it meaning that?
Because that's what it said. Because that's what it says. It says he came to take away the sins of the world. So I'm going to say that that's what he came to do. If that's what it says he came to do. Now, if he came to do something else and not do that, then don't talk to me about sin. Don't even talk to me about sin, because if he didn't come to take away the sins, there's no reason to have a conversation about sin.
So there's no point in forgiveness, because that's what you're excluding with that statement. Like, he can't just take away the sin and then what? Like, just.
What you mean he just, why can't he just take away the sin? He's God, he can do anything.
He would, okay, I can explain it to you. So if he took away the sin from happening because
he came to take away the sins, because he came to take away. Okay, go ahead.
So the Garden of Eden, that was the first sin, right? They ate from the tree. They disobeyed God.
No, sin doesn't come into the law comes. There was no law, but okay, go ahead.
But I'm saying, well, that's
no. Then that wouldn't have been the first sin, because sin, you don't know what sin is until the law came. There was no law in the Garden of Eden. So try again.
Yeah, but they were still given a commandment, and they was warned way before it happened. So they were still given a commandment, whether it was law or not. And what he says
So we'll see
is
how you
law.
want to
So
see, but see how you want to change things up to fit your narrative. Because now you
no,
said it, you
no,
said it was a law. Now it's a commandment. It doesn't matter if it was a law. So which one is it?
I'm speaking
So it
about
does. So it doesn't matter if it's a law. It's a command. Okay, they didn't honor the command. Okay, but that's not sin. They just didn't. They just didn't do what God recommended.
So a sin is what
It's
his,
disobedience of the law. Correct?
which
Isn't
is
that what isn't that
which
what
is
Paul tell you? But we know in the Garden of Eden there was no law, so then that means Adam and Eve could not have been disobedient to it. Correct?
if he gave them a commandment. I mean, the commandments are laws too. They're not
No, they're not.
specified as moral laws, but they actually referred to as moral laws.
Okay.
So yeah, hold on. Let me finish the first part first. So in the Garden of Eden was the first law broken, and in order for him to be a just God, he would have to let the aftermath of breaking that law and see what happens when we broke that law, when we was told not to touch that tree.
We weren't told anything. Adam and
Okay,
Eve.
Adam
I
and Eve.
wasn't
Yeah,
there.
yeah. I
So
agree. I
we
agree.
were not told anything.
That's accurate. That's
Okay.
accurate. So, but we see the results of that, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
So yeah, so if he was to just come in and take out sin all like completely together, like that would make him an unjust God. And he
Oh.
refers to himself as a just God. So, but if you look at what it speaks about with the new heaven and the new earth, we do not have no sin in that. And it deals, and there's no possibility of sin entering that.
Interesting. So, what makes God a just God is that he needs blood to forgive. He just that because just forgiving on its face would be unjust. But the only way he becomes a just God is it requires blood sacrifice. Otherwise, he's unjust for just forgiving the thing he tells you to do. Because he tells you to forgive without blood. You're just supposed to forgive just on face value, just because he tells you to. But in order for God to do it, it first requires blood from an unblemished being, whether it's an animal or it's a human. He requires blood to do that.
No, but
yes. No.
Well,
That's how he forgave sin. That's it. Are we forgetting Old Testament text and New Testament? This is the whole purpose of this conversation, is believing in this blood sacrifice. Because that's the only way God forgives you. You must believe in this blood sacrifice.
So, but it also brings in the part we was just speaking about. He deals with evil and good. So doing good things, they have good consequences. Doing evil things, they have evil consequences, not good consequences, right? So he has to deal with both as a judge of the earth. So what do you expect him to do with the evil inside, or the evil that people do?
It's not what I expect him to do. It's what you expect him to do, because he's not my God. He's your God. I don't expect him to do anything other than what he's been doing, which is being unjust. The God that I know is not unjust. It's just the God of this Bible, not the Bible, the God of religion that's unjust. The God of the Bible and the God of Christianity or the Abrahamic faith are not the same God. Listen, I just want to make that clear. Yeah. So I agree with the principles of the God of the Bible, because the God of the Bible is not, it's not a historical text, it's a psychological one. So the God of the Bible is the mind. And the reason why evil exists is because man decides to do it. And the reason why good exists is because men decide to do it. And so if someone listed here in the chat, 1 John 3:5, he takes away our sins, and in him there is no sin. So if he takes it away and there is no sin, that means there should be no sin in the plane, if that's what he came to do. But clearly, according to Christianity, that's not what he came to do. He came to give you the option to continue to sin. That's all he did. His death was about you having the option to sin or not to sin. Well, you already had that option, whether he came or not. You had the option to do it or not to do it. So again, his death is in vain. If all his death was Now you have the free will to sin or not to sin. But that option was there before he came on the scene.
Yeah, so the corruption itself, the evil is inside of man. That's the flesh. So
Yeah,
it's
I
what
agree. I already said that. That's why I said it's the mind. It's not the flesh, it's the mind. The mind,
heart. What the Bible speaks of, it's the heart. It's wickedly deceitful.
well, the Bible tells you how are you transformed? Because the mind and heart are the same in the script. Because what does do you agree with Pauline doctrine or not?
Oh, Pauline doctrine.
Yeah, his epistles, his letters. Do you agree with them?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so how did he tells you that you're transformed? How is the heart transformed? Since you're going to say the heart is what needs to be, the heart is the problem. How did you transform the heart?
Well, again, so yeah, so he has to change it. So when you go to the second birth, which would be of spirit, right?
Okay.
And it says, renew my heart and my mind. So that's including the heart, the mind.
And how
the
is
soul.
and how is this done?
I mean, it's when you make a commitment towards him. He knows who's being genuine, who's being fully genuine. That's why he doesn't.
So is this
even,
just saying? Is this just saying I accept Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior? That's all you have to do, and then your heart is instantly removed. Okay, so how do you? How is the heart and mind renewed?
What do you mean, like how he does it, or the result of it?
Nope. What do you have to do? What do you have to do? Is anything?
Salvation.
Is there anything that you have to do?
Salvation. Yeah, you repent of what you do.
Okay, so I said so. What does repent mean?
To turn from.
To turn from what?
From your sinful ways.
Okay, so what do you have to do?
You have to repent. He commands men to repent.
So is it that you have to stop sinning?
Again, so yeah, our initial, like what we usually like to do initially.
But here's the thing. But why am I telling you and you're not telling me since you're the Christian? I'm asking you the questions, but I'm also giving you the answers. So how's that working? So how's that working? How is I'm giving you the answer to your question, but you're the Christian?
Yeah, so I'm not sure on what you're asking. So
because I asked you, how do you know your heart and mind are changed? Because you said that's what he does. He changes your heart and your mind. And I said, is it just you saying that you accept Jesus as Lord and Savior? And you said no. And I said, well, what is it that you have to do? Because I guess in your understanding, you don't have to do anything. Just accepting Jesus as Lord and Savior, is that the only work you do? You don't do anything else?
No, yeah, you see a full change in the person. Maybe not a full, but you see a definite change inside the person. Now
what has changed? What has changed?
It's changed. But is change going to happen completely overnight? No. So, but there is definite signs. If somebody was
abusive, what's the sign?
And they stop being abusive, that's a sign. That's one sign.
Okay.
If somebody stops cheating, that's another sign. If they stop lying, that's another sign. Now, some people can abuse that and make it look like they stop, or some might be battling with it because they've come so adjusted to it that it takes time to unlearn those things.
How much time you get? How much time you get? What if you never stop doing that, so you don't get to go to heaven?
Well, I mean, some things you can automatically just stop, and then some things you're going to battle with. So I'm not going to sit here and say everything is going to be just a breeze to stop.
I didn't say it was a breeze, but I know what your scriptures say.
Yeah, so
I know what your scriptures say. I don't think you know what your scripture says, but I know what your scripture says. It tells you Romans 12:2 tells you, be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed. How? By the renewing of your mind. It says, put off the former conversations, which is corrupt, and be renewed in the spirit of your mind. It says, if any man be in Christ, he is a new creature. Old things have passed away. And how many things become new? Many, most, some, no, all. It's an all, it's a total renewal. It ain't you're gonna keep doing some things, you ain't gonna keep doing other things. No, it's a total renewal. All things have changed. If you in Christ, though. See, if you ain't in Christ, then yeah, it's a maybe a will, maybe a won't type of a scenario. But if you in Christ, no, it's an all thing. It ain't some things, it ain't most things, it ain't many things, it's all things.
Hey, Holmes, I had a question.
Yes, go ahead. You can unmute.
They muted me in the comments and I barely said nothing. I don't know who's scared and running from God, but I ain't even comment much.
Yeah,
That was my question. That was my question. I don't know why they muted.
That didn't sound like a question. That sounded like a statement. What you want me to say?
Because
that don't sound like a question. You didn't ask me anything. You stated what happened. I'm like, okay.
Well, ask your people why are they muting, because they scared. Like, what did I say?
Yeah, first of all, nobody's going to be scared. But if you did say something that was inappropriate, maybe one of the mods did, mute you. But you're free to go ahead and talk and go ahead and state your submission, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm here to state that like, why it's so delusional in here. Like, why do y'all choose hell over Jesus?
Why do you care?
Why do I care?
Yeah.
Because God tell us to warn people on all four corners of the earth, because a lot of people are going to hell.
And then after we don't accept it, hold on. And then after he tells you to do that, then what? If we don't accept it, then what you supposed to do?
We sit back and just watch God work, just like you guys are wondering when is God going to punish you guys? But the time.
No, we're not wondering if God is going to punish us. But that's why you got. But that's why you got muted. So you want to know why you got muted? Because you're spreading fear mongering and hatred.
Coward. Only cowards run and say we're fear mongering. That's running from God.
Okay. You get to have what you say. No one's here to argue.
Can I ask a question?
I'm not arguing. We can talk.
No, you're not. No, you're not talking. You're
No, you just want to hear what you want to hear, and that's why you're going to hell. And you're sitting up here with people that want to talk gibberish and run from the Christians like we're Jesus. I know.
No, you're not Jesus, but I don't have to have a conversation with you if it can't be respectful.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on, one moment. There was someone up here before you, I believe. Did June Toon come up here before him? A-Town?
No, it was Sheila's next.
Sheila. I didn't know if Sheila actually wanted to be up here, because Sheila, I think she'd be accidentally coming up. Hey, Sheila, did you want to talk? Sheila usually makes a mistake coming up. I don't think Sheila meant to come up.
We got Talisa, then Ahmed.
We got who? I see June and I see Dr. Angelo.
Yeah, June and then Dr. Angelo.
Okay. Hey, June. Welcome. Please stay muted until we call upon you.
Hey, Prosperous. Hi, panel. Hi, everyone in the chat.
Hello.
Well, to answer the question that you were asking him that he never answered, it says in John 10:10 that the enemy comes to destroy and kill, but I come that you may have life, and that you may have life more abundantly. So Jesus really came so that we may have life and that we have it abundantly. All this other stuff that they be adding in, and then I'm just like, y'all don't even follow the correct teaching of Jesus. Y'all really do Jesus a disjustice. Y'all don't do him any justice because of y'all own spin that y'all try to put on there to justify y'all ways. Like, that ain't got nothing to do with Jesus. Y'all wicked ways, and y'all committing, and y'all steady committing the same sins over and over. That does not have nothing to do with Jesus. Actually, Jesus really did come to teach you how to be free in the spirit, how to be one with God. Like, all this other stuff that y'all put on him, like, that is a shame. Like, I like, y'all really make the Christian religion look so bad, and then the spirit that y'all come in. Hold up, that ain't even nothing of Jesus. Jesus wasn't going around putting the the word down people's throat like that. Like, no, he was drawing all men unto him by what he was teaching. He was not forcing nobody to take on God. He was showing them why they should want to be part of this kingdom. Y'all sit here, the way y'all come in and y'all automatically, oh, hell. That's not how Jesus was doing that. Y'all manipulating people into the Christian faith. And actually, a lot of people that has woken up has gotten out of the church because of the blood that's going to be on the blood that's on the church's hands. People are getting out of the church because of the judgment that are coming up on the churches. Y'all sit up under these, and then I'm gonna tell you, y'all responsible too, because he said, if y'all are my sheep and y'all hear my voice, then why aren't y'all following me? And y'all sitting there following the pastor that's leading y'all down no hope lane. Your pastors are leading y'all to the pit of fire that y'all literally try to sit and preach and tell everybody that they going to. And you know why y'all gonna be taking on the same judgment, because y'all sat underneath that preaching. Y'all agreed to that preaching. Y'all became one with that preacher and everything that he stood for. And y'all don't even know what that man stand for, that man or woman stand for. That's why you got to study to show yourself approved in the word of God for yourself, that you may know that word for yourself. So all that other stuff that they be adding on, that ain't even cool. Y'all really be misrepresenting Jesus. Like, that ain't even cool.
Thank you, June. Yep. Hello. All right, Dr. Angelo, you can unmute.
Yeah, God bless you guys.
God bless you.
I'm hearing some good things here, what the young lady just said. You know, if we really read the Bible correctly, we'll discover that Christ did not come to build a church or a religious center or a religion. He says, I came that they may have life. In fact, I think the young lady before me quoted John 10:10, where he says he said, the thief comes but for no other reason but to kill, steal, and destroy. He says, but I came that they may have life and that more abundantly. This church that we have today is more of a circus. Christ did not come to build a religious center or a church. He says, I come to build a people, to rebuild humanity. Because as it is, we're suffering by not having community, not having family, not having these natural institutions that the Father designed for us to have. And you get in the churches and you hear a bunch of preaching of things that don't make any sense at all. If you want to become a doctor, a lawyer, or even a hairdresser, you're going to go to school so you can learn the ways, or to learn, the various protocols of that profession. But they have something so goofy in the churches today where they're telling people all you got to do is just ask Jesus to come in your heart, be your Lord and Savior, and now you're saved. Which is just like going to college and saying, well, because I walked through the door and signed up for admissions, and so now I'm a doctor, right? No, you've got to study. You've got to learn. You've got to apply yourself. So, but in my own personal walk, I've had amazing meetings with the Father. And the one that was the most was in the year 2000, where I went to see my mother in Ohio, and I hadn't seen her in about 2 years. I moved here in 97 here in California, because I'm a professional musician and producer and all that. And I decided I needed either to move from Michigan to either New York or California, where there are major music hubs. I decided to come here. So in 2000, for Thanksgiving, I went to see my mom and hadn't seen her in about 2 years. But when I went down, I saw that my mother was going through something. A heavyset lady who looked like a skeleton when I saw her. Now, when I saw that, I had to, keep myself from going under. I really felt, the intensity and the devastation of seeing my mom, who was only 57 at the time. She was a heavyset woman, but she was just a skeleton. I kissed her and hugged her, and I said, wow, Mommy, you lost all that weight. That's good. Now we just have to plump you up. And then I had to run out of there and go to the restroom. I said, I said, Mommy, I got to go to the restroom, which I didn't have to use it, but I needed to pour out before God. And I said to the Father, I said, Lord, why is my mother looking this way? Why is she looking like this? She's, I was devastated. Then all of a sudden, my mouth was saying the words, where are my intercessors? Where are my intercessors? And I didn't quite understand, why am I saying this? That wasn't what I was trying to say. But then I heard these words, you are not one of my intercessors. He says, you don't have the power to pray for yourself, let alone your mother. He says, look at you. You're living with a woman that you're having sex with. You're not married to her. And she is married to someone else. And I didn't break them up, but she had been separated long before I came along. But still, even if she wasn't married at all, I should have been having relations with her and not with a marriage covenant. So that's stunned me. I had never had an experience like that. And when I came back home to California, I told the girl I was living with, I said, I'm sorry, babe, we can't have no more sex until we're married. We can't get married till you're unmarried. And I said, I feel some kind of way about asking you to get a divorce if you hadn't gotten it by now, because they still had 2 young kids together. So from that time on, the very next year in 2001, February 2001, I dreamt my mother's death. And she died 2 weeks later, because even though seeing her look like death, I thought she would beat it, because she still sounded like herself, acted like herself. So I dreamt her death 2 weeks later. And these are different kind of dreams. It was like the difference, I guess, between an old camera visual quality to like HD or something. These dreams were like you're really there in it. And then the next dream I had after she died 2 weeks later, coming back from her funeral in Ohio, I dreamt something horrific happening in New York, which 6 months is, and healings and all kinds of things. Now, this past December made 25 years of walking in celibacy. I wanted to get married, but some of the women in church and other women were more willing to have sex than I was. But I found that there was a spirit of lust that was guiding me, that the Lord said that is what is, messing up my network between him and I. So I just wanted to leave that word of how that
I mean, well, hold on. I don't know what this word means other than there was a whole lot of judgment and condemnation going on within you, and you just wanted to share it with us. Because what I know for 2 things for sure, 1 thing for certain, 2 things for sure, the God of the Bible is not condemn, is not judging man. That is not what your script. That's not what your script says. Your script says
You don't think
the
he's
Father.
a judge?
Hold on, I didn't interrupt you. The Father judges no man, and left
What?
all judgment to the Son. And now are we the sons of God? So you judging yourself. Because you're indoctrinated in Christianity, and Christianity tells you that fornication and adultery was about. Hold on. Well, you believe in Jesus. You believe.
Yes,
that,
I do.
okay.
I believe in Yahshua.
Okay, and you accept that fornication and adultery is about having sex with someone who is not your wife.
That's right.
When fornication and adultery is the same as idolatry in scripture, which means you make a god out of something other than the one God within you. So that story is not going to move any of us, because we used to be Christians and we know about the shame and guilt that believers in Jesus like to give to those that are under the sound of their own voice. But we ain't buying it.
Yeah.
We don't care nothing about what happened with your life. My mother transitioned. Everybody's going to transition up out of this body. Everybody's going to experience it. That's one thing that is inevitable. We all gonna put off this body. But what we're not going to do is let somebody dictate to us how we're going to live this life with judgment and condemnation and fear-based indoctrination. That's why we're no longer Christians or believers in Jesus, because we don't subscribe to that mindset. You can, if that's how you want to live your life, you get to do that. But we're not doing that over here.
If you're right, you have nothing to worry about.
Oh, I don't. I definitely don't.
But I happen to know that you're not.
No, you don't. You don't know. No, you don't.
You don't know
You still
anything.
believe in devils and demons and Satan's on mine.
I,
You believe you didn't even have the
if you
power
knew
to
my
pray for you. You
story,
don't even believe that you didn't even believe you had the power to pray for your own mother. But you want to tell me how powerful you are. But you didn't
I
even
didn't,
believe you had
because
the power to pray
I
for anybody. You didn't even believe you had the power to pray for
I didn't.
yourself.
I didn't.
Come on, come
Because I was
on.
polluted.
So what you gonna come and
I
tell
was
me?
polluted.
There's nothing you can tell me. There's nothing you can tell me. You don't even have the power to pray for yourself, but you're gonna come and tell me something? There's nothing you can tell me.
But that's not the fact now, though. That's not the fact now, though. I have.
Oh yes,
had
it
the
is. You
power
have
to
no
pray for
power
people,
over me.
and miraculous things happen.
You have no power to pray for
Huh?
me still. You still have no power to pray for me. You still don't.
If
You
you're
didn't
right,
then
you
and you
have
don't
nothing to
now.
worry
You didn't then, you don't now.
Yeah, if you're right, but your spirit is not of any type of. I don't see any level of prosperity in your spirit. It's like a sort of a mean type of argumentative spirit.
So
Are you trying to
Something
shame
is
her
wrong.
now, just like you
I
feel
don't know what that
shamed?
is.
You trying to shame her like you feel shamed?
you seeing me what you
well,
seeing you. I'm a mirror. You seeing me what you seeing you. You couldn't see it in me if it wasn't in
Yeah,
you.
wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's
You believe
Yeah.
that? How old are you, man?
Yeah.
How old are you?
Yeah. About your age.
Okay. See, that's what I'm saying. You're not even a real adult. I mean, it's like this is what a child does. Why are you acting like that?
Why do y'all do that as believers? Why do y'all do that once somebody don't agree with y'all? Y'all
He mad he turned down the drawers.
project about like that's crazy.
He had women trying to give him the drawers. He said no, thank you. And he thought that gave him the power of God.
My God said no more smacks until
Please
you
say
marry
for real.
nobody. So what is it? What does it say about you that no woman wanted to marry you, only wanted to smack you?
Come on.
Right, so I got all that power and struggling with love.
but I'm the problem. But I'm the problem.
Celibacy.
He think he Paul. He think he Paul come again.
He really does. He come on other people's pants. You know what? Let me be quiet. I've been trying, y'all.
That's usually the go-to. Let me talk down to you. Let me call names. Let me talk about how unintelligent you are, how immature you are. That's how you know they don't have an answer for what they believe. Because it always comes down to they can't have a conversation if you don't agree with them. And I called it for what it was. He wanted to shame and guilt us into believing.
And I notice a lot of them are unaware. Y'all don't even know when they've been convicted. They don't even understand when their spirit is being convicted, when their spirit is calling for a change or renewing. Like that was all guilt eating you up from the inside out. Like,
but it's only guilt from shame, though. It's only guilt from shame because you were shamed and told you that it's wrong to have sex outside of marriage. Who cares who you sleep with? I guarantee you consciousness doesn't. God does not care who you sleeping with. Does not care, not in the least little bit. Don't care if you had a harem of women. Could care less, and you would still get a prayer through. You would still get a prayer answered. You would still actualize your desires if you knew who I am.
And David was an example for that.
I think the sex part, this sex thing, it's just so funny to me. I don't know why. It just really tickles me.
It's like that's one of the controlling mechanisms, right? That's one of the way they manipulate their congregants, their followers, is through that controlling behavior that is natural to us. But
yep, I hate that he turned all that down. I truly do. For 25 years. I mean, come on, friend. Like, you know what it is. It's always you know what.
Hey, that's a bad. And here's the thing. I'm not saying it's even wrong if that's what he truly believed was necessary. You know, but nothing he was saying was really. He was all his so-called prophecies were doom and gloom. He didn't say one that was really like something that, oh wow, you dreamed of something wonderful, something amazing. No. you know, you dreamed your mom's transition. Okay, that's not to, I guess, you know, from a physical perspective, yes, you know, we all would like to keep our loved ones around forever, right? We all will, but we know there's going to come a time for all of us that everyone is going to experience the transition of a loved one. Some are going to live very long lives, some are not going to live, some are going to live some very short lives. Going to be some people that in our world that we were like, man, they're gone a bit too soon, or others are going to be like, man, they really had a long, full life. You know, no one knows the transitioning of a loved one, of a friend, or what have you. We know that is a part of the conditions of this world, of this life. So, but it's like I just be wanting, and not to say that we don't, but a lot of the Christians that come through here, you don't hear good news. You rarely, it's like, but so I guess we got to manifest that we get more Christians that come in here that actually talk about the good news. But unfortunately,
Yes.
Christianity doesn't have good news. They only have
Yeah,
fear.
I haven't heard not one, Toyia. I haven't heard not one good news from anyone coming up here not to deconstructing. And that's
Well, no, remember the guy that came and he said he could see what I was saying, that we were gods, even though he was a Christian. Like, he was like, man, he tell you, like, this is what you said. I took notes and you said this and you said that. He could see where he was saying that he could see where the Bible was saying that we were God in the flesh. Like, he got that, right? You know, but like, but when it comes to their personal life, yeah, we don't get a lot of personal testimony other than God saved them from sin. Like, I was addicted, or I had a lust demon and I stopped being lustful, which means they just stopped having sex, I guess. You know, you know, they were dealing with some vice that God was delivered them from. But other than that, it don't be no prosperity message. It don't be no peace, love, and joy and happiness. It be, hey, I was just down and out, and with Jesus, you know, I'm finally above water, I guess.
Like, literally, that's all it was. Like, I mean, you think God is worried about who you're having sex with and people over in other countries dying? You really think that is top of the list of things that God has to do today? Is figure out how to get you to pray and feel empowered in your prayer when you got things happening to people in other countries that are just absolutely atrocious? You really think that's top priority?
Girl.
You really think God is focused on that as opposed to helping people?
Girl, the Jedi mind tricks is real. The Jedi
I
mind
think y'all get
tricks.
the word of the Bible, and the only thing y'all focus on is evil. Like the Bible telling you how to free your spirit, and all these different ways give you example of men in the Bible and how they became free. Even got Jesus telling you how he turned away the devil, like rejected the devil, and how he fled. Like, and the only thing you can sit and talk about is how you struggling with the flesh. When the Bible literally tells you how to free yourself from the flesh, like that's come on now, this gotta be studied.
Man, yeah. And so we have Soul Leveling. Hello, you can unmute. Welcome.
Divine day.
Divine Day. Yes.
How are y'all?
Oh, amazing. Thank you.
Yes.
I guess I'm bitter.
Oh, it's your decision.
No, I'm always amazing. I'm always amazing.
Right, Angela, you can come back up. You just have to wait. You have to get back in line. The Soul's Loving is next.
Yes, we go in order. Yes. Go ahead.
Oh, so like the topic like about freeing your mind or okay. Yeah, so just my life. I'm going to talk about my life. I feel like reality is subjective. There is no objective truth or whatever. So, yeah. So as a kid, you know, obviously my mom took me to church or whatever. And so just, you know, going by the Bible, it says God is all knowing, all powerful, all that stuff. And then it says God created you in his image or whatever. So in my mind, I'm like, hold on, this perfect being created me. That means to me, that means I'm perfect too, or whatever. If a perfect being can't make a mistake, then I'm the shit. Like, and then I started getting into other religions and ideologies or whatever. And then you start reading stuff like the Meta Netter, the Bhagavad Gita, Gnosticism. I'm like, oh, this all kind of sounds like the same thing.
It
From my
is.
understanding.
Yes.
And I'm like, okay, good. And then I'm like, okay, so the thing I'm seeing, like in the Bhagavad Gita, all those stories are about the mind or whatever. Like Arjuna and them, they're talking like the battles, they're talking about the mind. And then you get like the Kabbalah, it says all is mental or whatever. And then you get like narcissism, they're saying that everything is within or whatever. And then you hit science saying that all is mental, like you can't separate.
Oh man.
Observer is to observe or whatever. So I'm like, okay, let's play around with this. And then doing psychedelics and stuff, and just I call them mind games or whatever. I used to have mind games like, let me see how powerful I am or whatever. So he was saying that he ain't had.
Oh, you keep going out
for 25 years.
Oh, wait, you keep going out.
Let me. I apologize. It's the Wi-Fi here in Peru.
Okay. Oh, you're in Peru. All right. Welcome.
Hell yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah.
All right. Shake it.
My friend for 19 years, ever since we was like 16. I'm 36 now. Well, I'm ageless, but I'm 36 now or whatever. And he was like, gotta get your passport. And he was always I'm working for the airports or for the airlines or whatever. So he traveled the world ever since we were 16 or whatever. Wow. And then 3 years ago or whatever, I was like, okay, let me get my passport. And we went to Mexico and Guatemala. So 2 countries and 4 cities or whatever. And half of that nigga left me or whatever. I was like, ooh, I can do this. And then me going outside of America, I was like, hold on, I'm getting ripped off.
Wait a minute.
I said, oh no, I am getting ripped off or whatever. And so now I've been, actually I left America on his birthday, which was March 7th. And now it's been just over a year now. And I've been traveling. I've been in Colombia for 3 months and I've been in Peru for 10 months. And the fact, I said, I used to be a server and a cook or whatever. I said, I can't do this outside the country. I need to do something else or whatever. I was like, I ain't have no plan or whatever. I said, you know what? I'm going to believe in myself or whatever. Ain't nobody else going to do it or whatever. So I quit. I got rid of my car or whatever. Leased my car, threw in my clothes or whatever. Got one bag with my laptop, and I've been doing it so far or whatever for a whole year. I was like,
that is beautiful. That is beautiful.
I left. Yes, thank you. I was like, hey, I left with less than $500. I got my plane ticket, got my Airbnb, and I dipped. And I was like, I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I believe in myself. And a year later, still doing it or whatever. So that shows to me, yes, like that shows to me that anything is possible if you believe in yourself or know that you can do it or whatever. Because no one else is gonna do it for you or whatever. So if you got this thing called God and it gives you the power and you got it all, just use it. Just use it. But you want to sit down and be, miserable and I got trauma. I'm going through this, damn motherfucker. You are going through
that. Please say that louder for the people in the back. Because I just keep saying, people just keep self-diagnosing. I need you to say that louder 10 times over, because people just not be hearing me, and I need somebody else to use a bullhorn.
That's how it works. Because I'm here, so I'm in Sacred Valley, and people all across the world come here or whatever to do plant medicine, from San Pedro, ayahuasca. All the medicines are quote unquote here or whatever, and all I hear is I came here to do the plants because I'm going through trauma and I want to talk to Papa Mama and for her to give me some lessons and stuff, and I be telling them, I said, you keep saying you got trauma, so since you keep saying you got trauma and the source is coming from you, it's going to keep giving you trauma because that's what you're saying you have. So since you have it, it can't go against you. So you're gonna keep bringing up trauma. They my first ayahuasca trip, it was like, oh, what you trying to get the answer to? I said, I'm not trying to get no answer. I already got the answer. Life is the answer. I don't need nothing else or whatever. Like life is the answer. I don't need anything else or whatever. I just want to, do it for the experience. I never did ayahuasca, so hey, let me try this or whatever. And I always been like that. Hey, let me try something. Hey, I see it. Let me see, can I do it? And that's all it is once you reach one goal, you're gonna have another goal. You're gonna have another and another and another and another. It's not gonna stop. So you might as well get used to always doing stuff. And so I found out that karma does not mean do unto others as you wish them to do unto you. Karma means the action, doing. So this is why you will always have karmic debt, because you will always be doing, you will always be being. You can't get out of karma, because karma is the thing of doing action. So they got us mindful, oh, I need to be a good person, I need to do. No, you don't. You need to do whatever you see in your head, and you need to do it or whatever. It ain't no good and bad and blah blah blah. When it rains, no one says, oh, that's bad that it's raining. No one says that or whatever. Like it is what it is or whatever. And we putting all these terms and boxes and diagrams and concepts to something that you didn't even come up with, and then you hold on to it so hard that, oh, if I go outside of this, I'm gonna whatever. Like, no, motherfucker, you're gonna explore what this shit really is, and you're gonna be like, oh, why was I doing that in the first place? I don't know, but now you know. Now what you gonna do with it? Like, bro, and from that point on or whatever, it's just been like absolutely divine.
Woo! Oh my goodness. You just brought the vibes up. Nothing but good vibes, nothing but good vibes, nothing but good vibes. And it is because we say it is, right? It's whatever we say. You get to have what you say. Oh my goodness. How often I say that. Stop saying you got problems. Because you're gonna have problems. Fuck. I don't have problems. I tell them, y'all know, I don't have problems. I don't have problems. I'm just experiencing life, experimenting with life.
Yes, you are the scientific experiment or the scientific method. You're supposed to be doing it on yourself. You're like, let me try this out. And like, okay, I tried it. I didn't like it. Okay, let me move on. It's okay. And you keep doing that or whatever. And you're going to explore and experience what you want to experience, not someone else telling you what it is. When I play a video game, I used to be a professional video game player, fighting game player for 15 years, traveling America and stuff. But when I play the video game, when you play the video game or any game, you don't go read the book unless you want to cheat. There's cheat codes up, down, left, right, ABBA. So if you want to do the cheat codes, by all means, do the cheat codes or whatever. But other than that, you don't let somebody else dictate what it is for you, because that is for them or whatever. My mom like, you so smart or whatever. You should have been doing this or whatever. I should have, but I didn't because I didn't want to or
that
whatever.
Part, that part.
I don't think you understand that. Yes. Oh, school was easy. It wasn't really that wasn't even really school. I just remember some stuff and was smart and wrote it down. They'd be like, oh, good, you passed. Okay, great. Now that's not, for me, that's not intelligence or whatever. But anyway, or whatever. But you got to do what you see. What you see is good or whatever, or for you or whatever. And if you don't, that's why people are like, oh, I regret, and they about to die or they about to be unalived or whatever. And it was like, I should have did this. I should have did this. Well, based on those people experiences or whatever, I'm not trying to live like that or whatever. Because if I would have never left America, I would have been sitting right down at the restaurant in Alpharetta, Georgia or whatever. Because that's where I worked at. Traveling an hour and a half in traffic from Atlanta. I would have still been right there if I didn't bet on myself. Right. And now I bet on myself. I had so many great experiences, met so many people or whatever. Like it's ridiculous. Like absolutely ridiculous, insane. And I see how other people, I'm going back to Colombia because one, it's black people there and they know they black or whatever, and it's hot and they have gay pride, and it has all the, it checked off all the boxes or whatever. But
love it.
Yeah, and so you just gotta make life what you see and stop living by other people's rules. That's all.
Oh, it's so refreshing. So refreshing. Oh my goodness. So all y'all looking for a change and y'all like, I really want to go see the world, but I don't have no money. Ain't nothing. That's what I'm about to say. That's not a problem. Unless you make it one.
Figure it out. Teach.
And that's not a problem unless you make it one.
Do something.
Man, he reminds me of Aaron. Remember, Aaron went to he went without a plan too, and he went over to Bali and stayed, and then came to Chicago, where I'm from, for the summer. But he still stayed a few months in Bali. Now he back in New York. But you remind me a lot of where y'all just got y'all backpack and just did what y'all and just left United States and said, I want to see some other parts of the world. And without a plan, just your mind, and just like, look.
And some people can do it or whatever. Like, just take your rent or whatever. Rent in Atlanta, like $2,000. All right.
Mm-hmm.
My Airbnb is $300. I had a studio in Medellin, Colombia. $300. That's 6 months right there or whatever. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like, my car note and car insurance was $800 or what? What do you mean? If I just stop paying all that stuff for a couple of months or whatever, you can leave. You can literally leave and spend. I have a whole year in a whole nother country just relaxing. You ain't worrying about trying to get up $2,000 for a month for rent alone. Like, bruh, people can do it. They just, I'm not gonna say they don't want to or whatever.
I think we trapped in that American dream, right? Like George Carlin, you got to be asleep to realize it. George Carlin say, we stuck in this American dream, and we all about how much can we accumulate, right? And based on the accumulation determines success. And you have to redefine what success is for you. And again, it's nothing wrong to accumulate the stuff. If you want to play in that reality, go full on though, right? Good, lean all the way into it. Don't half-ass it. Like, if that's truly the reality you want to experience, like he said, go all balls to the wall. You cannot be like, oh, I don't have it. I don't know. No, you got to, this is what it is. This is my direction. This is my aim. And you got to let it all hang loose.
And if you failed, you can always go back to America. But you don't know if you don't try. Every quote unquote billionaire says failure is a part of success. Yeah. So try it out and see what happens. And another thing, if you don't got the money, some of these countries will ship your ass right back to America for free. So
they say for free, they get you up out of here.
There's a lot of countries that have programs that will pay people to come out there and live.
Oh, Iceland got a program right now. They're giving you $10,000 if you take bad pictures or whatever.
For who?
They're
Who's
giving you Iceland or whatever. They're giving you $10,000 to take bad pictures for them or whatever. You got to go on hikes and stuff. But they're taking care of your accommodation. It's a lot of programs out here that will just give you stuff or whatever. You can volunteer. There's plethora. I'm not even gonna name them all. There are plethora. Just go find it. We have Gemini, ChatGPT, Claude, Grok, Google, X, Yahoo, all of them. Social media, all of it or whatever. I'm telling you, if you want to do it, whatever you want to do, it is possible. Like, circumstances don't matter. If you let them matter, they will bring you down or whatever. And you can be like, man, I can't do that. Well, I'm telling you, they don't matter. The situation, quote unquote, may look bad. That's just how you're looking at it or whatever. Like, change how you look at it. Is it bad anymore? Nope, because you changed how you looked at it. So, yeah.
Woo, I love it. Oh my goodness, you said it all. Everyone that loves your success story, you sharing your life experiences with us. So amazing. Oh my goodness. So you going back to Colombia.
This is what I wake up to every day in my Airbnb or whatever. I wake up to this every day, and I open the door and I wake up to this every day.
Wow. Oh wow. Look at that, y'all. That
every
is
day.
Beautiful.
And this cost me $300 a month. Every day.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Sorry,
YouTube doesn't see it. But TikTok, it's a beautiful, beautiful landscape. You see beautiful greenery, and we see beautiful hills, mountains. It's so beautiful, so outdoorsy. So amazing, so beautiful.
And it's a
Oh my.
lady. It's a lady right there. She chilling, looking at the sky. She her face and her body or whatever. She just looking at the sky,
Oh
chilling.
yes, I see it. Oh, oh my goodness. It's so
Yeah,
beautiful.
chilling.
Just chilling.
Right.
Love it. Love it.
And so when I got here, just like you said earlier, when I got here, my idea of success has changed. Like, it's not hustle culture and get. Like, no, it's peaceful, calm, flowing, just breathing. Like, all of this has dramatically changed. Like, and I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Like, do I want to go back? No. They said, when you coming back? Oh, what that y'all remember that meme or that girl on Marta or whatever? She's like, periodically long time. Yeah, that's when I'm coming back to America for a periodically long time,
Oh wow.
which is never.
Never. You said never.
For what? For what? I've been over there for 36 years. For what? Let's do something
Oh.
different. Let's do something new. You know.
Even if you just visit, right?
Yes.
Just decide if you truly want to see the world, decide you're going to see the world. Just decide, because I know that's why I decide more travel. So I travel at least, 4, 5, 6 times a year, depending on the year. And it's not because I don't have the funds to do so. It's just that's the way the year plays out. But just decide, and then life will just start happening to bring that
Yes.
about. That's just how it
Yes.
goes. You don't even have to make a plan. You don't have to say, you just, like you just said, but life will plan for you when you make a decision. Remember, I said no, the decision is no plan B, no other option, right? When you
Yep.
decided, you wasn't back and forth like, man, should I? No, you decided and you went and you went. That's
And then just left. From Fort Lauderdale to Medellin is only 3 hours and 30 minutes. 3 hours and 30 minutes. Like, I wasn't. All the black people want to go to Thailand. I said, oh no, baby, that's too far. That's too far. Like,
wow.
No. But
Wow.
from Fort Lauderdale to Medellin is 3 hours and 30 minutes. It's right there. Same time zone, everything. So you still get to talk to your friends. It's gonna be dark when it's dark in Atlanta. It's gonna be dark here or whatever. It's gonna be light there. So you still got the same stuff or whatever. Like, just go try. Do anything you want. Like, I feel like that's the whole point of life. The gift that keep on giving. If you ain't giving nothing, it ain't gonna give nothing back to you or whatever. 0 plus 0 equals 0. 0 plus 1 equals something or whatever. So you open up a pathway for something to happen. But if you don't open up nothing, if you don't give nothing, then nothing's gonna happen or whatever. You gotta give God the opportunity to give you something or whatever. But if you just mope, I guess that's what they want. So I'm gonna give them mope right back to them.
Yep, like this person on YouTube, Two Love, says when you have kids, you can't do it. That's a limiting belief. That's a limiting belief. You have to unlimit yourself. She also said, my cousin friend went to Ghana and the whole family doesn't want to move back. They live so nice, like celebrities, right? My daughter wants to move to Ghana. That's my second daughter. That's her plan, to move to Ghana. She's been wanting to move to Ghana since she was like 8 or 9 years old. She's always wanted to go live in Africa. She said she wants to go to Ghana. I'm like, but you just said your cousin friend whole family went. So you just told me a whole family went. So clearly you can do it. That the children is not the limitation. If you just told me a whole family went, I'm assuming family means children too. Maybe not. I don't know.
We have to want it. You gotta want it. We have a whole melanated group here, in PSAC or whatever. A family of 6. I mean, not 6, 5 just moved here or whatever. Like, they just moved here. They've been here for 2 weeks or whatever. It's possible. Anything is possible. There is no limitations, except the crazy stuff. Like, I can't obviously have a kid from my or I can't fly. But, the stuff that's in the realms of what possible is possible. I'm telling you, it's possible. It is possible. Who would have thought that I would be here or whatever? Me? That's why I'm here.
Oh my goodness. Oh wow.
It's possible. I'm telling you, it's possible.
It's so beautiful. Yeah.
I know the news and what's going on. World is, it seems gloom and doom or whatever, but don't worry about that. Don't worry about that or whatever. There's always gonna be doom and gloom in the world. It's been going on for centuries. Read a history book, you will see or whatever. So you gonna let that stop you? No. Do you do you, because that's all you have is you.
Yep. 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 It's beautiful. Woo! All right. All right. Yeah, yeah, I guess when you share custody, there is some other things to have to, but I know where there's a will, there's a way. And if that's something you truly desire, you'll be surprised what the conscious will intervene to make sure happens when you make a decision. And that there will be ways where you both can still continue to share custody and experience the children, and that won't be an issue. But that's something you have to decide you truly want, and a way will be made. There is no impossibility to the I am. There is no possibility. But if you give a reason why it can't happen, that will be the reason why it can't happen. It really is that simple. Yep. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. So thank you so much. Thank you. I'm gonna go to you. You're welcome to stay. I'm gonna go to the next guest. Palmish. Is that how you say
I've
it?
been following you forever or whatever.
Oh,
Yes,
thank
Palmish.
you. Thank you for joining. I appreciate it. I've been hearing that a lot. People finally come up and they're like, "Oh my goodness, I've been following you for some months." I'm like, "Oh, thank you. Thank you for joining. We love it. Hello, go ahead.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good, man. I hear a lot of success, and I'm really jealous, and it's so nice. And I always wanted this, and I don't know how to do it. And uh, I really want to be on the success level. I don't know what your advice is.
You want to be in a success level? That's what you said?
Yes, yes.
You have to decide that you're already successful and decide what that looks like for you, because it looks different for everyone. As you saw,
I did.
soul leveling, right? The success
Mm-hmm.
is not the accumulation of things for him. It's the peace, the joy, the waking up every day to a beautiful scenery, deciding to leave the country, right? But for you, what do you say success is? Because success for you may be so different than what anyone else on this panel or in this chat is experiencing. So do you know how you define success for you?
Yes, having that freedom, not having any luck, and affording anything. That's what I want. That's success for me.
Okay. And so now you have to decide that you have it even before it materializes in the physical. So like I was saying, I wanted to
Yeah,
travel more, right? At
yeah.
the time I was maybe traveling maybe once or twice a year. I was going, like, I had decided to start taking my children about before I got remarried, that I would take them somewhere during spring break. And then after I got married, the spring break became not only spring break but a family vacation. And then that turned into, from spring break to family vacation in the summer, became just my husband and I doing our own little trips. And then that turned into, I'll go vacation, not necessarily by myself, but without my husband. But for a long time, I wouldn't travel without my husband. We were either traveling with the kids or we were traveling together. Now I'm traveling outside of my husband too, because what? I had decided I would travel more. I didn't decide when it would happen, what it would look like, just that it would happen. And then things just started happening where I just started traveling more. Like I've traveled with some girlfriends, with cousins. Next month, I'll be traveling with my second oldest daughter. We're going to the DR, Punta Cana. She's like, "Ma, you want to go to Punta Cana with me?" I'm like, "Oh, yeah, we can get it all inclusive. I'll pay for the flight." "Oh, yeah, I'm going." Okay. I just have to split the room with her or whatever. And and the thing is, you can't get too uptight of how you think it should go. Just let that resonate with you, that you're already all those things you just named, that you have the freedom, you have the abundance, you have the
Yeah,
peace, and sit with that, and embody that. And then
yeah,
continue to live your life like you've been living. Continue to be full of gratitude. Don't curse your current life. Don't speak bad about your current life.
yeah,
Appreciate where you are, while the unfoldment of the things that you truly desire comes into fruition. I don't know how that's going to happen. None of us knows how it's going to happen, but because
yeah,
you've chosen it, it must happen.
yeah. My question is like, I had this and I tried it for a couple of months, and it just get worse. Funny enough, I start becoming actually broke. I don't know how.
Well, it's because you're letting your bank account dictate your prosperity, right? Because as Soul Leveling just said, they only had, $500 to their name. Would you consider that to be a lot of money or broke?
No, I would love to have a lot of money.
No, I'm saying, would you consider $500 to be a lot of money or broke?
It's broke.
Exactly. He didn't see it as broke. He didn't see it as broke. He didn't see it as a limitation. He saw I have I have more than enough than I need. He was already paying rent. He decided, you know what? I'm not going to give this money to the landlord. I'm going to take this with me. I'm going to give up my car and I'm just going to go live my life. But he didn't see that the amount of money he had was that he was broke. He didn't let his bank account define his prosperity. See, if you're going to identify prosperity with numbers, with what's in your bank account, then the moment that bank account doesn't reflect it, you're going to feel dejected.
Yeah.
And that's why you went broke. And that's why you feel dejected, is because you're attaching your value to a bank account. You can't attach your value to a bank account.
For me, that was the reality, because I am seeing it, and like you said, I'm seeing 500. Yes, you are right. It's kind of difficult because you're facing the things like in a real time. That's why I find it very difficult, like, to carry on having manifesting and all those things, because the reality is showing different direction.
Right.
It's coming. Yeah.
Because the reality is showing you how you used to think. That's what you have to say. These are old thoughts being played out. This is not who I am now. You have to allow reality to catch up to your new mindset. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
Because the only thing that's playing out is old mindset. That's the only thing. You're only seeing old thoughts play out. Because you did used to think that way, right? You did used to think that you were broke. And so that's what you're seeing. Because the world is a delayed reaction from your thoughts.
Yeah.
Now you need the outside to catch up to what's going on within.
Okay.
Right? So what you have to do is, when you see the old being played out, don't react to it. It's like, oh, that's old news. That's how I used to think. I don't agree with that anymore. I don't, come on, let the real me come into view. Because that's just passing through you now. And it's passing through you to become the old you, to become the past you. But you got to let it travel past you, so it ends up in the rear view.
Yeah. Let me picture for you the scenario.
I'm gonna steal that.
You about to steal that? You like that? Go ahead, Palmers.
Yes. Yes.
I'll just give you an example. Like, you owe someone, and that person is coming to collect the money tomorrow, which you don't have it. So your body will react in a stress mode and things like that. Because yes, if you believe you manifest in things like that, but that person is coming tomorrow, and in your pocket there's only $500 in your pocket, and you will feel it. You can feel your body is reacting to that stress and things like that. And that person is coming the next day. How do you get out of this?
Here's the thing, you have to tell a different story. You have to decide that all is well. You have to decide everything works out for me. Not how it's going to work out, not what you're going to say. Okay, today is now, tomorrow hasn't come.
Yeah.
When the day comes, you say all is well. Everything works out in my favor. Everything works out for everyone involved.
Okay, and
be at peace with it. And be at peace with it.
Okay.
Yeah, everything works out for my good. All is well, and be at peace with it.
Okay. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Yep. It's how we talk. It's how we talk to ourselves, and we have to be willing to talk to ourselves and put ourselves back on course, because we cannot let the circumstances dictate reality. Circumstances have no power in and of itself. We give it power, but we got to stop doing that, because we are the power, and we get to dictate and write the terms and conditions of every experience. So if we decide that every experience is a good experience, it will be.
Okay.
You just get to decide that it is. And the world is at your command.
Okay.
You're so funny, warrior. Warriors. Oh my goodness. Hey, the artist. You are too funny, warrior. You see what warrior wrote?
So funny.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. 1 second, the artist,
What?
because I am on YouTube. So To Love says, how do you forget and forgive yourself for bad decisions? Number one, stop calling it a bad decision. It was just a decision. It's not right or wrong, good or bad. Just stop calling it. Don't give it no judgment. Forget means you can't keep talking about it. That's how you forget. You got to let that story go. And forgiveness is about loving yourself enough to nurture yourself, give yourself grace, operate in peace, and enjoy. And we're not going to let the experience define you. It was just an experience, regardless of what the outcome of the experience was. But here's the beauty of that: you get to tell a different story about the experience. What we call lying, I would call storytelling. We're going to tell a new story.
I do that.
Huh?
I be doing that so well. I be doing that or whatever, like for real or whatever. Like one day my tooth was hurting or whatever. I could have looked at it as bad or whatever,
Mhm.
but that tooth hurting led to experiences that if I would have just stayed in the house or whatever and then go downtown to get some medicine or whatever, I wouldn't have had those experiences. So was the tooth really bad or whatever? No, I was like, oh yes, good thing my tooth was hurting because I got to make I got to do this, I got to taste this candy bar, blah 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 blah. I was like, yes, thank you, tooth, and I praised the tooth and everything.
Yes, yes. Love it. Yes, just tell a different story about the experience. You can call it a lie, but like I said, a lie is just a story you tell. And just be creative with your storytelling. That's it. That's it. Yes, thank you, Tooth. I love it. Okay, the artist. Hello, dear. How are you?
Hey, Auntie. Happy
Hey,
Friday.
Happy Friday.
Hey, so I was just up here listening. Oh my gosh. I tried this thing out and I listened to you the last time. You was like, keep it super simple, right? So you know me, I be in my head a lot. I be talking and stuff to myself. So the first thing I told myself, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna try to just keep it super simple. And I think I was listening to you had mentioned this guy, Joseph Murphy or something like that.
Mhm.
In one of his books, and he was saying how, like, just say it, and then afterwards, um it was one word that he said. I think it was "is already done" or "amen" or something like that, but that was symbolic to just keeping it simple. So I'm doing this thing and I'm like keeping it real chill. And when I tell you, when I kept it chill, where I just said a thing and then I moved in the direction of just like even just making my coffee, waking up and being in that vibe, turning on my music, I'm getting phone calls from people who I need. Hey, I just wanted to let you know we had this program that you qualify for. Or I'm talking to my mom who was inspired to call me and she's like, girl, let me tell you about the scripture that I was reading. And it's in alignment with the things that we've been talking about. So when you say keep it super simple, I promise you, there's no better way. Low key, when it gets convoluted, it feels like too much work. I don't want to do all of that work. You get what I'm saying? Like Soul Leveling said, just going into it, knowing that I'm betting on myself, no matter what. And it got so good. I'm not gonna lie, Auntie, it got so good to the point where I was like, not only can I cancel that thing that I don't want in my mind, once I speak the thing, then it's happening instantly. You get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And a lot of times we try to make it, okay, it's happening instantly, say it, but then we kind of be like, all right, but when it happened, I guess it just happened. Nope. It's done now, okay?
Yeah.
And I've been seeing so many beautiful things kind of just show up in myself and even with the people that I love, because I'm real intentional as well on, I pray for myself. I speak positivity within my life, right? But I'm also heavy on and the people that I love. So when I see things happening for the people that I love too, it'd be like, and instantly, I'm like, man, this stuff it really works. You know what I'm
I
saying?
know, right?
It, it really works, but it gives you a sense of confidence in you.
Yeah.
Because it's like you say, it's no one else doing the work for you. This is really the story that you get to write for yourself. Even when we were younger, trying to figure out like, why is the world doing this? And I don't understand why am I not abundantly blessed? Why this person gets it and I don't get it? But then when you remember that, it's a mindset. It's the way in which you identify with yourself that truly makes that thing real, regardless of the how. You know, me and Miles was talking about this earlier today, and she was saying how like I was writing a thing, and I was just like, you know, love for me and my loved ones or whatever. May they all have peace and this and that and the other. Honey, she called me not even 10 minutes after I put the notebook down and was like, girl, let me tell you the scripture that I was reading that reminded me of you. And I was like, okay, you know, so I'm listening to her, whatever, and I'm hearing her come I hear that she's not coming from the religion no more, but she's understanding the Christian, not the Christian, but the, you know, the basis behind it.
Right.
And I was like, you know, I let her talk for a little bit because I'm like, I want to see where she's going with this. Is she going to go religious or what, you know? So I'm talking to her and she was like, no, this is the one that really reminded me of you. When the Bible said, I think it was something on like Romans 12 or something like that. And it was like, no, I think whatever it was like, be sober. You know, and I was like, okay, you know, you know what I'm saying? Where you going with that? You know, we just had to Kiki's a couple nights ago. So what's up with this? You know, so I let her talk or whatever. And, you know, I could tell she was being filled with, you know, the energy of me and my energy reflecting hers, you know, on a positive level. So once she got to the end of her conversation or her dissertation or whatnot, she was like, and I was like, so Mom, so what do you think that's saying to you? Because I'm curious. And she was like, I think it means that I just need to have clarity when it comes. And I was like, Lord Jesus, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Now you're getting it. And she was like, yeah, because you had told me about this word awareness. And I think that's what God is really telling me is that I just need to. And I'm like, she's getting it, you know, and I don't have to preach it to her. You know what I'm saying? But now, which is the funny part, now she got a whole sermon that she about to preach.
All right. Let's go, mama.
Look, in her church on awareness, that I didn't have to do nothing. It just was the alignment of conversation and her meeting her God where she was.
Yes.
To be able to, you know, manifest not only understanding, but also now she gets to share that thing with people who may have never heard it from that perspective. We've only heard it from the religious aspect. Yeah. So I'm like, I'm rooting for her. I told her, baby girl, I'm rooting for you. Yes, you know what I'm saying? Yes. I never try to force this on her because I was always kind of like, this goes a little bit against what you might, you know, consider the doctrine. But now that I see that just us having those, you know, those conversations, authentic conversations too, not a push and a pull, not a forcing of, but really having conversations where it's like, let me tell you what I got from that, you know? Or, hey, why don't you tell me what you thought about that? And having a level of respect for one another. That's why I kind of be rubbing me wrong when people come up here, because it's like we all can have different perspectives. You get what I'm saying? I don't have to be right in what I believe, and you don't have to be wrong in what you believe. But at the same time, like, let's have enough consideration of each other to where we can hear each other out, and those parts of us that connect, and those parts that don't, you know, we just agree to disagree and we move forward. So yeah, that's how I was able to, you know, not necessarily force my mom to deconstruct, but at least to, you know, have a level of respect between us two, where we can have conversations where we genuinely care about what the other's talking about.
Beautiful. That's beautiful. Love it. Yes, a mutual respect. Yes, you know, but I don't know. A lot of people don't like that if we disagree. That's an issue, because people want validation, and I get it when if Christianity or the way people interpret scripture is that it's all about condemnation and that we're in need of a savior. and you're telling them, well, no, I don't need a savior, I'm my own. Oh no, of course that's going to cause some type of, rumbling. It's going to cause some time a volcanic eruption, because that really goes against everything that they believe. That really is coming against everything they believe, because they believe they can't do it by themselves. It, like when I was watching that documentary about the cult, and how their leader, their prophet, had went to jail, they were lost. They had no idea what to do, because he told them everything to do. If it didn't come from him, their life was meaningless until they got to go be with Holy Father. Not until they got to transition up out this world where they're going to feel like really at peace. And so that allowed another prophet to come in and do the very same thing that prophet did, marrying underage girls and having, having 4 or 5, which to me, you can have 4 or 5 wives. It's when you're marrying children, it's the issue, because you can't do anything to somebody grown and they're deciding to marry you and want to be sister wives. That ain't, it's the want to marrying 10, 11, and 12-year-olds. I'm just like, really? Like, just stick to the 18-year-olds and up, and be satisfied with that. But for some reason they want to go younger, and want, and the whole, you don't get to think, you can't question, if you question, you're demonic, you got a devil. And you kind of realize that a lot of these prophets, leaders of these cults, they're very abusive in nature. They lead with fear and trepidation and manipulation, and it's always abusive language that they use, and just, it boggles my mind. Like, and the people that's under the spell, they're under a spell, they can't even see that it's abusive, but they know how to act loving in front of strangers or in front of onlookers. But when you go behind the veil, when you go behind the curtain and you start talking to them after they have experienced it, you come to realize, oh no, they were very, not only verbally, but physically. And it's just like, wow. But they knew how to put on, they knew how to appear to be happy, appear to be loving, appear to be okay with everything, when the whole time it was all based in fear. Yes, you said, yeah.
Facts. And I think that's what draws that person to be, it's still an energy of reflection. You get what I'm saying? Like, not to say that it's good at all. I'm just saying, like, I think that's the bigger picture that I'm learning, is that, when it comes to things that happen to be taboo, and things that kind of push the limit for what I feel is a respect of being, and things of that nature, it's become easier for me. Oh, just a little bit, because I still am. I'm super, super human. But it's become easier for me to be more intentional about how I show up. You get what I'm saying? Me being the example of it, whether they see it or feel it or not. Right. Because that's exactly how it worked with my mom. Like, me just being in alignment with myself, me not judging my bullshit, my crap. You get what I'm saying? But at the same time, wanting to be a better person more and more for myself, that identity that I wanted to embody, it became easier for me to just be that. And then, like you said, I think you said before, you said not looking at the world, myself to fix the world, but looking at myself to be an example of what it looks like to genuinely and authentically be myself, and to love that part of me. So hopefully that overflows into the way in which other people, move and groove in this realm. But
and I don't think we're here to ignore error either, because I'm going to go back to the Bible, which is that's why I know that it's truth. The Christ did not overlook error. He called it out.
Facts.
He called out, beware of this teaching. Beware of the Pharisees and the Sadducees. You want to be able to discern error. We don't bypass error. We shed the light on it, because truth dispels error. It was woe unto the Pharisees. Woe unto these that did this, that, and such. Woe unto them. Be aware of wolf in sheep clothing. Be aware of the false prophets and the teachers, those who mix truth with error. Beware of them. This is where the discernment has to kick in. And you got to tell the truth and shame the devil.
Facts. I was just about to ask you, okay, so what do we do? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Some people feel like, I turn the other cheek. They ain't got nothing to do with me.
Oh,
And
no.
some people,
Yeah. Oh, no. Because
You know
here's the
what I'm
thing.
saying?
If you're okay with me calling out the hypocrisy of the organized religion, I'm going to call out the hypocrisy of all of it. We're just not going to talk about religion, because religion is the catalyst, is the first grift, is the first error. That is the first, that's the first thing that has you looking outside of yourself. And then everything else, shit rolls downhill. So then you have all these Ponzi schemes. You have all you have all these things that promise selling hope. Whether it's in Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, whether it's in spirituality, business, government, academia, call it out. Because you want people to be able to know who they are. And to be able to discern truth from an error. Because the thing is, we like appearances. We like if it sounds good. We think that our trust is supposed to be in another, and the trust was always supposed to be in self. When you got to be able to tell when somebody's saying believe in me or believe in you. You got to be able to distinguish the difference when somebody talking to you and then them trying to get you to follow them, or they leading you back to you. And there's a thin line there.
Like computer programming. The number one programming was Python or whatever. Now everyone is moving to Rust or whatever, because Rust it's a compiler or whatever. For it to even compile, it needs to work or whatever. Python, it can work or whatever and still be errors or whatever. But even give it to somebody else, it needs to work within itself or whatever. So now everyone is switching to Rust, because when you compile, you already know off bat when you run it, it's going to say error, nope, this don't work or whatever. So before you even try to move on beyond that or whatever, you can't move because you see it's an error or whatever. Like, and then you got to go back and fix it and be like, okay, let me compile it again or whatever. I'm like, okay, now it works. Okay, cool. I don't have to find the error outside of myself. Somebody don't have to tell me about myself when I can just see it for myself or whatever, because I'm telling myself this is the error or whatever. So I need to go back and fix it and recompile. And now that the program is working, I'm like, okay, I'm good now, you know. So yeah, I look at life as a computer program or whatever, because we learn you're a blank slate or whatever. That's why they get your kid from 0 to 7, because that's when you need being programmed or whatever. But you need to be programmed to realize that you can unprogram yourself. So being programmed is not bad. It's not a bad thing or whatever. But you need something to see something or whatever. That's why awareness needs consciousness to see or whatever. You can be aware of nothing or whatever. Right. So you need to be programmed or whatever. And now that you have a program, now you can be like, okay, do I agree with this program or whatever? And now it's like, okay, now I can write my own program to how I see fit or whatever. But if you never had nothing in there, you'll just be, you know, la-di-da-di-da or whatever. But yeah, so I look at life as computer program. When stuff don't work, there are errors that show you, hey, you need to fix this or whatever. And if you don't, it's going to keep coming back up. It's going to keep coming back up until you fix it or whatever. And nobody can fix the program, the error for you. Only you can do that or whatever. Like when Nia was asking her, you already made the decision or whatever. You're trying to understand why you made the decision or whatever. You already made it. It's already done or whatever. So don't get mad at, you know, what's done. Just see why you did it or whatever. And then when you see why you did it, like, oh, okay, it's not that bad or whatever. Like,
oh, love it. Yep. Because you know, like he just said, you can program in error. And the whole purpose of this awakening, we're here to show people the truth, right? We're here to spread the gospel of truth. When he went around preaching and teaching, he was also dispelling error, so that his disciples could be what? Wise as serpents and harmless as doves. The message is only for those who want to hear it, right? I'm not here trying to convince people that or tell people that ain't ready to hear it. If you're not ready to hear it, then I say, oh, this message not for you. I shake the dust off my feet and I keep it moving.
Oh, that's so true. Trying to wake people up, quote unquote, wake people up.
I'm not trying to wake nobody up.
Yeah. Because I don't like to get woke up out of my seat. I was like, girl,
But what did the script say?
like
A little leaven, a little leaven, a little lie. The little lie. It ain't the big lie. It's the little lie. Leavens the whole lump. It's those things that's nipping at the heels. Don't let a little lie. Don't let the cancer start. And people just want the cancer to spread and be like, well, not my product. They should have known better. They should have. What? So you just okay with people being taken advantage of because it ain't true?
Mm-hmm.
No, that ain't cool. Now, what you do, like again, you can't make people drink, but you can at least lead them to the water. You can't make them drink, but at least you can say, I did the loving thing. I revealed truth and love. What they do with it, I can't force feed it to people. But somebody was about to go there in that wrong direction, make that erroneous choice, and then they heard, oh yeah, they are telling me I just need to sit and be quiet and not to ask questions and just to listen. They telling you to follow them. Remember, we don't need leaders. The only guide you need is within you. Your guide and your God is within you. Every choice you make should be not done under duress or out of fear or desperation. Do it because that's what you're choosing to do, not because you're feeling obligated or pressured to. Because some things are just for the experience. Like I said, oh, I tried that. Oh, I don't know. I didn't like how that. Oh no, I don't like how that happened. Oh, Ugh. Lesson learned. I was still seeking outside of self. I was still believing in somebody else instead of not believing in my own divinity. I still thought somebody else had the key to my success. Wait, good. Let me remember who I am. Nobody else has the keys to my success. That's all I want. That's all I wanted to remind you. And I'm remembering, and again, the message is first to the messenger. I'm reminding myself to trust me, to not have itching ears, to not be falling for what sounds good and what looks good, but that I remain single and focused, that I keep my vision and not try to lean into someone else's. Okay. You want to say something else, Saul, Evelyn?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. So we'll go to Kevin. Hello, Kevin. How are you?
I'm great.
Great.
What an awesome manifesting Friday.
Oh, beautiful. Yes.
My awareness has really been expanding. Exponentially. I'm not even sure how to articulate it. Manifesting, it seems to have accelerated on a whole new level. I'm not even sure how to articulate it. My manifestation just seems to organically appear to delay. Now, I do remember there was a time where I would intentionally manifest and there'd be a long break till it unfolded into material or whatever it was I was tangibly manifesting on purpose. And now it's like since we've been talking on this live, and I've been mindfully doing the decision. Remember how you had the 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, even though it was really just make a decision.
Yep. The 4 was really 1. That's what I said. The 4 was really 1 because our mind like steps.
Right.
The logical
really
order.
Right. And so in taking those 4 combined into 1 principles and leaving it there and not try to feel like I needed to do something to put it in motion, to try to use my physical might to put it into motion. You know, I started internalizing, well, how do you manifest getting your hand to move? Because I know it's simple. I still see that moving your finger is a manifestation. Mm-hmm. Because you first have to decide which finger you're going to move. You don't say move a finger and all 10 of them move. You decide which finger is going to move and what task will it complete when it does move. Well, that is manifesting. And we said, well, no, that's not manifesting. That's too simple. Like, it can't be that simple. It's got to be a little more complicated than that, but it's not. All is created in your mind. Your finger don't just move without instruction. It waits. It sits and waits at the ready for your command to give it a task. If it's no more, tend to pick up a spoon or fork to bring that piece of food on your plate to your mouth. You have to decide that's what you want to do. And when you're full and don't want any more to eat, you make another decision. You decide, I'm not going to put any more food in my mouth. And the hand don't say, well, why come you don't want to put any more food in your mouth? And you go through this long dissertation, well, because I've been eating for the past 15 minutes and I've had this and I've had that. It don't ask for no instruction or explanation. You just give it a task and you're done. You let it go. And it achieves that task that you have assigned it. And when you're walking, you tell, I don't know if you pay attention, you tell your right foot to take a step, and then you take your left foot to take a step. And when you do that, you tell your body, balance yourself. Because you're manifesting. All is your mind. All is your mind. I love when the brother was talking about the programming. There seems to be, and I can't explain it, why there's a opposing force trying to keep you or get your attention away from you understanding and using the divinity of you that's inside of you. I cannot explain why that exists.
I can explain it for you if you would like.
It was kind of rhetorical, but I appreciate you offering. I appreciate you offering. Thank you. Those that and it's because of your understanding in that, which is why I really believe that you were brought to this live at this time period to help those that need help in this area at this particular time. And the knowledge that you have acquired along your journey that help perpetuate you to tap into the divinity in you is not just for you. This is what it's for. It's for you and your neighbor, and we are your neighbor. This is part of the byproduct of self-love, of loving thy God, of adhering to the commandment of loving thy God with all thy heart, with all thy mind. And the second commandment is like unto itself. So learning to love yourself, like the song says, is the greatest love of all. The manifestation, whether I get back to the wider, the expansion of my awareness is causing my manifestation to come through a lot faster, with a lot less impediments. It just happened, seemingly almost immediately. As I was just giving you an example of, it's as easy as moving your finger. I just think to move my finger and it obeys. I just think to walk and my legs, my feet, my body obeys. Which is how manifestation is. When we think about abundance, we don't think about the things that we don't have. We don't think lack. We lean into the things that we know we do have. And our awareness of the things that we do have expands our abundance awareness. And as we become aware of the things that we are already grateful for and have abundance, that abundance continues to expand. And this is for the brother that came up, a few people before who was wondering about how does he do his success. And it's not a great mystery. The same way that he was able to manifest what he didn't want, he's able to manifest on purpose what he does want, as what you were saying, by changing his mind. It only exists in his mind. The bank account has to reflect him. So to embody abundance or embody wealth, you have to first be wealthy. Somebody said, well, how do I be wealthy if I'm sitting here looking at a bank statement that doesn't reflect what I wanted to say? You have to be wealthy in your mind. You have to start. And there is no technique. Whatever that works best for you. Find those things that you know you have abundance of. It could be as simple as abundance of air to breathe, an abundance of water to drink, an abundance of clothes to wear, shoes to put on your feet, abundance of whatever you can think of that you have an overflow in, and lean into those things. And those things that you have, you will get more of. I remember when I was working and I wanted a specific amount of income to raise my income to. I think I made that particular year under $45,000 when I filed for my taxes. And it was like, I guess me filing for my taxes and the IRS like, are you serious? Is that all you made? You can't make more money to make us money. Anyway, so how did I get to move that to over 6 figures income in less than a year? So if you want to call it a technique or whatever, I don't know. I decided to change how I thought. And how I changed how I thought, I began to give my mind more information and more new information than what I already had. Because I was aware that it was my thinking that held me back. That the only reason I made less than 45,000 because that's all my mind will let me do. And when I changed my mind, it's like, well, one of the things I noticed that people who were at the top of the food chain, if you will, or where I worked, that made 3 times more money than what I made, they had more sales than I had. So I say, well, forget the money. Let me put my attention on more sales or serving more, being a better server than I was. And that the money would be a byproduct of me focusing in on being excellent at what I did. And as I focused on being excellent at my job and wanting to be the number one salesperson in my region out of 150 people that were doing what I was doing, as I rose to the top 1% or the top person in sales, when I turned around and looked at how much income I made, I was astounded. What I wanted to make yearly, I had made in 3 months. And the only thing I did different was change my mind. I just changed my mind about my job, about me. Since I recognized I was the cause, I knew that I would be the answer. And I was. I was the cause. And I was in the law of that which is law of correspondence, that what's from within shall be without. Understanding that law and leaning into that law and letting that law be the law that I know it is. And since I knew I couldn't break that law, I stayed fast in my understanding of that law. For I know I can have whatever I want to have when I want to have it. If I have a say, which I do, and I understand that my say is the only say. Somebody said, well, why you do that? I said, because I can. Because I can. And now the manifestation is coming at a rapid rate. And one of my desires, I'm a part of on this live. This live is a part of my desire. The people that are engaging, that are like-minded people that are looking for a place to hang their hat of being awoke. of now what? Now they're woke. Now what do? Now where do they go? They come here. They come here and they fulfill their desires, their manifestation in being awoke. I'm so grateful for this platform. I am immensely, immensely, and for everybody that participates in this community. And I'm gonna land my plane. I'm gonna get back to tapping. We gotta get this over 100K.
Thank you as always. Appreciate you. Thank you. Want to see if A-Town had anything to say. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, wait a minute, before A-Town, before you go. Somebody wanted Soul Living, you still there? Soul Leveling, you still there?
I am.
They wanted you to chime in to what you was gonna say when you were answering Kevin. They wanted to know your perspective once he was done about why we get opposition.
Because it's to make you stronger. If the things that quote unquote I went through didn't happen, I wouldn't be the person I am today or whatever. So I look at it as quote unquote what people call evil. It's there for you to eradicate it or make you a better person or whatever. So that thing doesn't exist, or it pushes your conscience to a level that would stay stagnant if that quote unquote evil thing didn't exist. So when they be like good and bad or whatever, I'm like, no, it's not necessarily that. It's just maybe it's there for you to see something that you probably would have never have seen without that thing existing in existence or whatever. So that's how I see it or whatever. Because there's a lot of things that I'm like, why did that happen or whatever? And then I take a step back or whatever. And I'm like, oh, I see it now or whatever. And if it didn't happen like that or whatever, once again, I wouldn't be where I am today or whatever. So everything, like you were saying earlier, for me, I live by that. Everything that happens for me is always for the better of me or whatever. So every aspect of my life is perfect or whatever, because if it did not go in any, if I took a hair to the left, it would not be the same or whatever. So everything in my life is perfect, and it had to go the way it had to go to get me to where I am and how I see it and all the other stuff or whatever. And then so that's what I was going to say for that or whatever. And then for quantum, we are the quantum computer or whatever. So when you say manifestation, like I'll lift my hand or whatever, like that's your superpowers right there. People they make you look at the ordinary or the mundane as like, oh, that's boring or whatever. No, that's your superpower. How did you just raise your hand? You did that with a thought. Like, isn't that telekinesis? Like, oh, you see into the future. Isn't that a fortune teller or whatever? Like you that's manifestation. Like, oh, you get these are superpowers or quote unquote superpowers or whatever. Like, you are beyond the beyond or whatever. Like, we are the quantum computers. That's why quantum is such a big thing. That's why it correlates so much with consciousness or whatever. You are the quantum computer or whatever. Your brain is doing things, or your mind, or your brain is doing things that you don't even know that it's calculating or whatever. That decision just didn't come on. You didn't make that decision just from the truth. No, it is from all the way from the past, from the future, and to now or whatever, and it calculated for you, and you just thinking you only seeing two options. No, your brain just did a whole calculation. Did you know that your brain is 0.07 seconds in the future or whatever? So I got this from a drag queen. Your brain stays ready, so it ain't got to get ready or whatever. So it has to always be in a superposition state or whatever. So you should watch a show called Dark Matter and a show called Devs or whatever. And your brain is always in the future or whatever, because it always has to be ready for the decisions that you're going to make or whatever. So it always has to be in every position at every second or whatever, because you can raise your hand, you can not raise your hand, you can walk to the left, you can walk to the right, and your brain got to be ready. So it stays ready, so it ain't got to get ready or whatever. Like, we're doing stuff that we don't even know that we're doing. Look at that. Like, what? Try to fathom that. You are doing things that you are not even aware that you are doing.
Beautiful. Bruh. Oh, wow. So AI, this is what AI summary, TikTok does the AI summary night. Coach explains how challenges lead to growth and success. Share your story. AI is recognizing you as a coach. It says a coach explains how challenges lead to growth and success. All right. I know. Love it. Love it. Oh.
Because you can't say, oh, I shoulda, woulda, coulda. That don't exist. Did what you did because you did what you did or whatever. So I should have did that. No. Because if you should have did that, you would have did it. And if you should have did that, then you wouldn't be the person who you think you are right now or whatever. Like you, 1 second ago, I'm different. Right now, different. Every second. Like it looks linear, yes, it looks linear, but at every second you are a different person. You see the light came in your eye, 3.2 seconds to the left, and then 1 second later the light came into your eye, blah 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 blah. That you gathered different information. So every second of your life you are a different being. So you can't use the past to dictate your decisions now. You can only use down or whatever. That's how it works. We're using the past to dictate the future. So when we talk about when they tell you this is a program, history repeats itself. No, it don't. It does not. That's not even. That doesn't even translate how life works or whatever. It does not repeat or whatever. Like they want you to believe that so you can be like, oh well, they did this in the past. Yeah, in the past they did that. Now you can do something different. Yeah. Why are we basing our now on what people did in the past? No, what do we want to do now for right now? Like it doesn't have to make sense. Oh, they did that in the past. Okay, well, we can try something different or whatever. Like, you shouldn't use your past to dictate, your noun or whatever. We as these quantum computers can use pattern recognition or whatever, but you have more than just pattern recognition. You have feeling, you have intuition, you got all these other tools too, along with pattern recognition to make decisions and choices for your life or whatever. So if you just want to use pattern recognition, which is like the past, then you by all means. Oh, it's his name, the man named J.K. I will never forget this. Krishna Memori or something like that. He says all knowledge is from the past. Think about that.
Love it. Oh, so much beautiful gems being dropped in this live today. Thank you, everyone. June,
No,
I know.
thank you. Yeah. Because if you didn't do it, then we wouldn't be talking.
I know, right?
So thank you. That's why what his name Snoop Dogg said. I want to thank myself. Exactly.
Thanking you. I am always thanking me, right? When I'm thanking you, I'm always thanking me. Hey, June, I know you got some words to say. You there, June? She might have stepped away.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I was cleaning and listening.
Oh, okay. Do you have anything you want to say? No, we hadn't heard from you for a while.
I know. I was just sitting there listening. I am delighted to hear. I was very delighted to hear Soul Leveling. Is it Leveling?
Mm-hmm.
It was very delightful to hear. I always love hearing Kevin. Mm-hmm. He just speaks so delightfully, and the overall chat and I just love you, Toyia. So I'm always here to support. Period. And I always say that I just think that you're doing a great thing, and I see it becoming greater. So I'm always gonna be here to support, even when I can't make it. Even if I just gotta just be able to give a heart meet and still get off, I'm still gonna support you either, whatever, however.
I appreciate that.
And much love to everybody that's in here in the chat, A-Town. And that's all I gotta say.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, everyone has been enjoying this live. It's just, it just flipped on its head and it just was like, yes. And ever since then, it's been nothing but amazing. And again, like you said, we get that contrast so we can appreciate the thing that we truly want, right? That contrast that we come in. I like that Esther Hicks says contrast versus evil or bad, right? Your life is contrasting reality, so you can choose the one you greatly want to appreciate, right?
Yeah, when you tuned in, tapped in, turned on.
Talk about it, talk about it, talk about it, talk about it, talk about it. Ooh, yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Gotta move on. Dun, 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 dun.
I love when she be saying that. Yeah.
Yes. Ooh, we reached 100K the easy way. We did it. Ooh. No, A-Town said he's in a meeting, so he's working. He's doing this thing. Yes, tuned in, tapped in, turned on. I know she's talking about being on that fly hind disc, always keeping the happy. I know we don't have to be happy, but why wouldn't you want to be?
And sometimes I feel like, and also you can just be neutral. You can be nothing or whatever too. That's an amazing state too. That's where I reside or whatever. Where the money reside, or whatever. But that's where I reside or whatever, because when I don't have to just say it, when I have to put words to it or meaning to it, it's like, oh, this is free flowing. This just is or whatever.
Yes.
Like it's like, oh, okay, it's just like a breath that just. It's just a breath. That's it, or whatever. So just be in the middle too, or the neutral state too, or whatever.
Just
my friend
be.
Saying, yeah, my friend be like, "Are there any neutral niggas or whatever?"
I know, right? Somebody just chilling, just being, just like I'm just. Well, how are you?
Yeah,
I am. I'm just billing. Just kicking it.
My friend, they asked my friend, they be like, "How you doing?" He be like, "I'm alive." And then, but people,
I love it. I'm alive.
People look at that as like depressed or down or whatever. But no, that's really a good thing. How are you? I'm alive. I'm alive. Like, what else you want me to be? I can't be nothing else than that. I'm alive. Like, so,
I'm alive, baby. I'm alive. So y'all that's into investing, my daughter told me AMC, they were trading at 99 cents when she bought some stock. She said it's now at $1.90, so she's like it's 91% return on her investment. She's like, I thought I told you, Mom. I said, no, I said, well, maybe I was talking to my TT. I'm like, how you talking to your TT, but you ain't tell me? But I still ain't bought none. But if y'all interested in investing and you're looking to invest in stock, I'm not giving no financial what they call it, advice. I'm just saying what I'm saying. I'm just passing along information. Do with it what you will. do with it what you will. But hey,
you can also buy ETFs and other, group stocks that are less volatile than individual stocks. That's not financial advice.
It's not financial advice
you can
either.
Buy individual stocks. You can buy groups of stocks. Netflix is down today. Their co-CEO left. And so,
wait a minute, how much is it trading at?
I don't know. I didn't look.
Netflix, because we know Netflix ain't going nowhere. I don't know about these theaters, but Netflix
is.
They ain't going nowhere. I need to check on that. I may need to add to my what's it called? Roth.
Yes,
I may need to add to my Roth.
Down $10 today. So
I gotta look and see what they trading at if I want to. Right, if I want to invest in it, I gotta see what they trading at.
Yeah, definitely.
I have mine is with Charles Schwab. It used to be it has changed hands so many different. It used to be with Fidelity. Then Fidelity was with somebody else. I forgot who the second thing. Now it's Charles Schwab. I'm like, it keep changing hands. Yeah. But now it's with Charles Schwab. So Yeah.
Yes.
But I do, I do my own investment. I create, like, I don't have ETFs. I have all of my Roth are individual stock. So I have Apple, I have Amazon. I was just like, man, I should have bought Amazon before they did that split. Cause I was like, I'm not gonna spend this amount of money. I shouldn't. And I'm like, damn, I should have spent it at that. I should have
They
bought
love
it
the
when it
stock
was
split.
trading
Apple
at $900 a share. Cause it went to what, $10,000 a share. I should have bought it, but I bought it when it did that when it did that stock split. I was like, oh, y'all doing a 7-to-1 stock split? I got you. I did buy Amazon. I did buy Apple before they did their stock split. So I did have it when they did their 4-to-1. I was like, yeah, I got one. All right, now let's go.
Big companies love a stock split, okay?
I love a stock split.
Me and my business partner, we just created only crypto.io, where you let professional traders trade for you and you learn crypto and DeFi and that market, because that's where the financial system is moving to. So if you do want to, get into that or whatever, only crypto.io. We just built it, launched March 21st, the beginning of the new year or whatever.
Okay.
We got 5 traders, 51 people joined and stuff. So
nice.
we doing good.
All right, let's go. I still haven't dipped my pinky toe into the crypto. I'm just like, I watch document. I try, but I'm just like, when it's time, it will happen. But I'm just like, I don't understand it, and so I'm just like, I don't know. I don't have anything against it. I just don't understand it. So I'm just like, yeah. I'm here for those who making a coin, and it do you boo, do you get all the coin, get all the coin you can. That's beautiful.
And so that's where we moving to, and you gotta know something about it or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I've watched documentaries trying to get it, but I don't know that. I think the documentaries they were serving it a disservice, because the whole was about how you needed to do this because you didn't like that, and that's what I didn't like. Stop telling me how bad the dollar is. The dollar ain't going nowhere until it goes somewhere. You don't need to sell me on this to tell me that this is so bad. Just tell me about that. Tell me how good that is and why that makes sense without talking about how bad this is, because you're still getting your valuation from the dollar.
Preach.
So how's the dollar that bad if what your worth is based on the dollar? Like that's the part that don't make sense to me. That's what I didn't understand.
It goes into fear mongering. It becomes a fear mongering.
Right. And I'm like, I ain't doing that out of fear. I'm not gonna invest in you because I'm mad at the government. Because whatever the government do, I always say gonna benefit me. It gotta do whatever it do, I'm gonna come out on top. Because I say so. So and of course, if you invest in crypto and you know that you are being led for intuitive knowing, you're going to be successful with it too. You got to know that. You got to know that whatever you do, you prosper.
That's what I was going to ask. So when it comes to that, because I'm new to like the crypto and even stocks, but is it still a matter of the mind in that sense when it comes to investing? I'm only asking because I know no better. But at the same time, I know the whole being intentional thing about how you invest and knowing that your investments are going to come back to you tenfold, whatever you put into it. But is there a system that you guys follow, or is it purely, intuitive?
I don't have a system. I don't have a system. I looked at stuff that I liked and I just invested in it. I went with some stuff that was familiar. Now I did invest in cannabis, and it didn't really go too well. And I was like sure it was gonna go. You know what's so crazy? This is a manifestation that I'm like, okay, something is in the work, because I got to get back what I apparently lost, because there's no loss in consciousness.
Facts.
So I was invested in canopy growth stock. Do you know I probably had about a couple of $100,000 in it and didn't know it during COVID, because that's when it spiked. But I wasn't checking it. And that's when a lot of people made their money and then got out of it. So it was like a quick grab, right? They probably inflated the price, because I'm learning that through watching the Titans of Wall Street, that they can manipulate markets. And at that time, back in the early 1900s, it wasn't wrong to manipulate markets. they might say it's wrong now, but we know there's no wrongness in consciousness. If you can get away with it, then it's right for you, whatever. Right? And the only way I found out about it is they were talking about the scam of the cannabis stock. And I was like, scam. And then I'm like, let me go back, because I just wasn't checking my stocks. I don't check my stocks like that. And I didn't check until like 2023. And I was like, damn, it did increase. I did. And I had only invested, it was like a penny stock that ended up becoming trading on the New York Stock Exchange that ended up increasing. It ended up making like a couple of $100,000, but I didn't know it. So for me, it might have made it, but I didn't know it. So when I found out, it had already dropped. And it had become like a loss. I was like, God damn it, consciousness, where were you? What was we doing? Like, why was I asleep on that? But it is what it is. It was an experience. But I was like, there is nothing lost in all of my holy mountain. That has to come back to me.
So if you
has to come back to me.
I said, if you already invest in it, I feel like for crypto or DeFi, you should look into staking or whatever. You already do this now or whatever. So you know how the bank gives you 0.0 whatever. Well, these crypto companies, they want you to hold their token they want you to hold their token. They'll pay you for it or whatever. So some companies like Solana or Crypto.com or whatever, they're giving like 3.4% a year or whatever, just for you to keep your money in their token or whatever. So for just to get your feet wet, look into staking or whatever. Just look that up. And a lot of companies that want you to hold, they're paying just for you to hold it. That's it. Just for you to hold it. Like, they're paying you.
I'm gonna have to clock in with you. I ain't gonna lie to you, because I have XRP. I bought like 100,000
in XRP.
I bought like 100,000 in XRP in like 2019, but I don't remember my login. So.
Oh my god.
Oh my. Oh what, girl? That's that crypto?
Yes.
That's the only thing. So when you don't know it, it's like
it's gone.
It's gone.
People
hopefully you better do it now. That's where you can go and sleep and tell their conscience. Now you know this. You know this password. I'm gonna give it to.
Look, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. Well, not what I'm trying to do, but that's exactly what I'm doing. That's what I asked, you know what I'm saying, about intentionality or whatever. But
right, that's why I'm revising. I've already revised the money. I don't know when it's coming, but I already revised. Oh yes, I got my couple hundred. It's done. I just don't know when it's happening, but it's already done. It's done. So you like. Yeah.
I would say Nike has the best slogan of all time for forever. Just do it. Since we can't, take it because it's already, we added onto it. So just do it because it's already done.
Yep.
Facts. I'm rewriting it as we speak. I promise you. Yeah. But I was like, when I saw it, because they sent me a notification about it, and I'm like, shit, I forgot I had XRP. But it was back so far when, and I'm like, I got it when it was like in the 0.0 whatever's. I'm like, I got to be rich by now, honey. Like, I got to have a few stacks in the account. But when I emailed them, I'm just going to say this because that was a pass. But when I emailed them further, I do anticipate having, more than I could have ever imagined. But yeah, I have to learn I'm learning right now because I hear so many people talking about crypto and, digital finances and stuff like that. It gets interesting to know that, like, I do believe we're going into a different system, but I think that's also what a lot of people have manifested was the fact that they wanted, autonomy,
and transparency.
And transparency and the freedom to be able to, utilize their funds however which way they want to, and to just create that system that is coming. At first I was a little against it because I'm like, man, what if the internet go? But then again, that was the fear aspect. But now that I see that so many people are creating solidified finances through the digital assets and stuff like that, I'm a lot more confident. Maybe my faith wasn't up, but to see you guys and hear you guys talk about it, it's like, damn, I'm interested in learning more about it. Like, for real. I was listening to this one dude, what was his name? I forget his name, but he talks about crypto, stocks, and how and manifestation. I forget his name. Butfeld or Viewfeld or something like that. But he's really rich. And he started off when Bitcoin, right before Bitcoin had really took off, something told him, he said, I listened to my intuition that told me to invest. I didn't have a lot of money. I just put a few dollars on Bitcoin when it was like less than a penny or something like that. And at this point, the dude is in Dubai. He's like traveling the world. He got hella cars, jets, yachts. You get what I'm saying? But he talks about how he listened to his intuition and he had said that I'm going to be rich. I'm going to experience what it feels like to be rich. And he invested. You know, so I know that's not everyone's journey, but it does give a little bit of excitement to me when I see like there are other avenues to gain the abundance and to really receive the riches that we're asking for in such beautiful ways, just by hunches or a simple nudge that's saying, all right, go this way. So yeah, whatever when y'all be talking about this type of stuff, I'll be on board, because I'm like, it has to come to me easily. It has to be in something that does not require me to put 38 to 40 hours a week. You get what I'm saying? To manifest it. I know there are people out here who are doing this thing and they're making money. I mean, big, good, fruitful money, just by trusting in themselves and seeing what the market does. So I appreciate y'all for sure, for sharing this intel. A lot of people don't talk about it, and I ain't trying to go too deep into it, but I definitely appreciate the insight.
But you can't go deep into it because consciousness is expanding. So since we are expanding and technology is a part of consciousness, they both must go hand in hand. So the old system that we're on is nothing but lies, deceit, fearfulness, or whatever. And we as consciousness is past that. So we have pushed the breaking point where we need something new. And so the old system is take, while a crypto or blockchain is to give you back your sovereignty or whatever. So data is big or whatever. Like, as you see, they want all your data. They want all aspects of your life. Well, instead of you outsourcing your data, now you can control your data and sell it to these companies that want to use it or whatever. No longer do you get my information, my data for free. No, that's not how that goes or whatever. So the same way consciousness is growing, we need a new system to expand our consciousness. So now with blockchain, you have trustless contracts or whatever. So the reason why we have judges and lawyers, they're like the middlemans or whatever, and they say what's right or wrong. No. Now we're on blockchain. Now we can set up contracts that say, hey, if you don't do this by this what we agree on, then the funds go back to the person. Or if you do it, then the funds is automatically released, which eliminates judges, lawyers, all the type of middleman that is no longer needed or whatever. So not only do you take about your sovereignty, you take back your data, you take back your life or whatever, because that's the whole point of consciousness. No one should be telling you what to do with your own life. That's what her whole life is about or whatever. It's all you.
Yes.
It's all you. So the new system that we're moving to is going hand in hand with consciousness or whatever. So it's no longer deceit and I can just change a number in the computer. Nope, it's a whole contract that's programmed and no one can. It's immutable. That's what the blockchain is. No one can go in and change it or whatever. It's not decentralized, so it's not just on one person's computer like a bank or whatever. It's all around the world, what we call nodes or whatever. So no one can just change it. And if they do try to change it, it's gonna be real hard or whatever. So it's just lining up with what we see, for what consciousness sees for itself or whatever. So don't get overwhelmed, because just like any financial system or whatever, anything that's new, it's going to take time to learn it or whatever. But just take little steps at a time that works for you or whatever, because this is vast. It's a whole financial system, like it's a whole thing or whatever. So yes, it is a lot. I'm not even gonna sit up here and be like, oh no, it's not that hard. It's a lot or whatever. But just know, just if you want to learn it, you shall learn it. But this is where we're moving to, because consciousness and technology goes hand in hand. We have been stagnant or whatever, and as the pressure has exploded now, as you can see with people setting warehouses on fire and stuff.
Really?
And yes, in America there's like 15 or whatever. And
Well,
and the
you know,
message
I don't
is,
watch the news, so you know, unless people
message
talk about
is
it on certain platforms, I don't
the
hear
message
about
is
it. I
the
had no
message
idea.
is all you had to do was pay us a livable wage, and this wouldn't happen. So we tried to protest and we tried the laws, we tried the, putting people in office. None of that stuff is moving the needle. So we need to hit where it matters, and that's what consciousness is doing, and that's why everything is moving to how we see it. So it quote unquote look bad. It's really not. It's all working out.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. Wow. Oh, thank you for the info. We have Key on the scene. Really appreciate your gems. Soul leveling. Hello, Key.
Yes, he was dropping some gems. He
Yes.
really was. I was listening. And I totally agree with him when he said the consciousness. He was talking about technology, but I'm like, and the stock market too, because I know we were talking about that earlier, right? And I was like, yeah, the stock market literally transfers money from fearful investors to disciplined investors. And they use the mechanism of fear, right?
Yeah.
And that's why you see when like stock prices drop, people panic sell, right? Because they don't want to feel that discomfort. And then someone else who's calm and patient, the strategic people, they just buy up all those assets at a discount.
Yep.
Right. So it's literally coming from one group of people to another group of people.
Yeah.
And that's how the wealth is transferred. Right.
Say that. Yeah.
Yeah. It feeds on fear. So if you stay in your defensive posture, then you literally can lose in a stock market game. But wealthy people, they realize that fear creates opportunity. So they love it, right? They like, yes, because this is my power position. It's literally going to undervalue stock prices. And then you have greedy people that are going to play the market and the fear is going to undervalue, but then there's greedy people who were overvalued. But then you have like the disciplined people and they exploit both, right? So it's just wealthy people, they just sit there and prepare, and like they love looking. And I have to train my mind too, because at first, you know how many times I had panics. Oh my God, I had panic sold, and then the stock market shot right back up, and I sat at my kitchen table and cried until my eyes were swollen shut because I realized that I panic sold, right?
Oh wow.
But then I had to fix myself. I had to fix my brain and be like, every time I log on to my app and I see red, I celebrate. And it was like a mind trick, because I say to myself, I'm like, yes, the stock market is having a sale.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so it just became this game, and it works. Like I don't even have to consciously do it. It just happens now. It's just, but I just say, assets are on sale. But I just would say too, long-term plan, because there are people who can figure out all the techniques to play the market. I'm not one of those people, but but it's really about having emotional control, because that fear is just really going to cost you money. So so that's another one of my favorite topics or whatever. So I just had to come up. And then my boss is off today, so I'm like,
okay.
I'm off too. When
I
she
know.
off, I'm off.
I know, right? I know, right?
But that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah. I mean, and you just got to do it because that's what you want to do too. I know a lot of times we do that herd mentality. So like when you watch the Titans of Wall Street, and they're of course, because they're taking you, is really, they start off, their focus is JP Morgan, but of course they're talking about the Goldman Sachs, they're talking about Merrill Lynch, they're talking about the different people that also were around during that time of the JP Morgan family lineage and legacy. and they're showing you how different people, like you just said, Key, made it by manipulating, and those who actually had the money to play the game. Because even though you may figure how to manipulate, or you may not even be operating in fear, but sometimes you just don't have the money to move markets. And the Morgan family had the money, even if they weren't, even if they were losing, weren't in the best position, or the market wasn't favorable to them. They had the money to move it whichever way they would go. That's why that family, especially specifically JP Morgan, was seen as the titan of that time, because he had his money in all of the big industries at that time, right? He was in steel, he was in with the trains, he was just he was that man, he was that guy, he was that dude. And um once he passed, when you had that second market crash, it was because this one guy, his name was Kennedy, he was one of those, I'm gonna get in and I'm gonna get out. So he figured out how, I think they call it pooling, where they took a group of traders and they inflated they inflated the market by, they all decided we're all going to trade, and every time we trade, we're going to trade higher to make it seem like that stock was really good. And then after a year, they'll sell it all and leave the owner holding the bag. And so he made millions of dollars that way. So he decided, I'm gonna do the same thing with the movie industry. I'm gonna go in, and it was and at that time Merrill Lynch owned some movie that was a French holding, a French house. So it was a French type of a movie thing. I think it was called Patois or something. I forgot the name of it. And he bought theirs because they got it when it was like at a really low value, and when they sold it, it was basically all profit. So he took it, he invested in RCA. Had just started coming around. He bought movie theaters, and he made sure his movies got first dibs in the theaters. Another money grab. He made a lot of money, then sold it all off. So that's how he made his money. He would manipulate markets, and he would game. And they were saying like it had nothing. Is it now? Ethically, it might have been wrong. Legally, not so. It wasn't wrong legally. Ethically, maybe, or morally, maybe. Legally, no. They didn't have stuff in place where that manipulating the markets was bad or wrong. And it just gives you, and the reason I like watching these documentaries for people that, that we call success or have made money or whatever, because it is all about the mind. And what you realize is that these people were betting on themselves. These people were believing in themselves. And even though it may not have worked off the first time, or, they may have failed at some things, they didn't like throwing the towel and say, well, that's it, my life is just gonna be. No, they were all about get rich or die trying. Really, they was all about, I'm going to figure this out, because again, we are just mostly seeing their wins. Now for JP Morgan, we did see when they missed the boat, because they were the titans of industry. So they're telling more about how they did succeed and how they did fail at certain things. But since they succeeded more than they failed, I guess that's why their story is more, captivating. Whereas some of the people that, their stories were alongside JP Morgan, they would say, oh, well, this person, they did well in the beginning, and then they ship kind of sailed, and they not really found in the finance world anymore. And we don't really know what happened. I mean, they're not going to tell us what really happened to them after they kind of went bankrupt. We don't know what ended up happening with their story further on down the line, but it's cool. It's cool. Yeah, they persisted. Yeah, all right, talk to you later. Yep, identity shifting. It's you just as Key said, you can't do it in fear though, right? And even if it don't work out, even it appears to not work out, right? Which is what I experienced, the appearance, like I'm thinking it's going to come from this, but the money that I'm saying I'm gonna manifest, it just may not come from that. And you got to be okay with it not coming in the way and at the time that you expect. and you cannot lose heart. You cannot. So it ain't really no, because I'm like, I really can't miss something I never had, right? I'm just not that. I'm like, okay, it's happening, but it maybe not from where I thought it was. I kind of was like, oh man, like I told my husband about it. He was like, okay, that's just, just mean like it's coming from somewhere else, I told my kids, it wasn't no big thing to me, because I'm just like, it wasn't, because the investment was so small, it was like almost insurmountable, but it would have been like a great, had I been paying attention, and maybe that's on me. I should have just been, I'm just now one because I was looking at the long term thing. I was like, okay, I'm looking at, when I make this investment, I'm looking for it to be like a 5-year thing. It actually came before the 5 years. And I just wasn't checking it. It's not, I don't daily check my investments, because I'm not a day trader. I hold Roth, and those cannabis stocks were just standalone stocks on their own. They weren't in a Roth, they weren't in an IRA, they weren't in an ETF. They were just standalone stocks that I kind of was like, oh, let's see what this cannabis stock gonna do. And let me see, I think I'm gonna make some money in this stock, or what have you. And the Canopy Growth stock had really, but I think I bought it at like $8 or $9 a share. And the last time I had saw it was like $50 a share, but I think it had got up to like $200 a share. But I didn't know it. So that was wild. That was wild. Yes, I was good with it and good without it. Yep.
Yeah, when people panic and think crypto is gonna be get rich quick.
Yeah, no, you gotta play the long game.
Exactly. All the stocks are long game situations. If you do traditional stocks,
and I think that mindset might have kind of hurt me when it came to the cannabis, because I was playing the long game. So I mean, I wasn't looking at it all the time. I was, I wasn't paying attention to it. I was just letting it do what it do. I wasn't, because it was so interesting. I work with JP Morgan, Chase Bank, and I have investments there too. And the guy, one of the bankers, when my cannabis stock was traded, he was telling me to sell. And I was like, but I ain't, and that was like after like 2 years of having, I was like, but I'm looking for the long thing, right? I was looking for the long
game. That's like the normal mindset. That's why it's like, if you want to experiment with like areas of investment that are not wholly proven yet, that's one thing. Mm-hmm. And you're just, it might be get rich quick. There might be.
I mean, but cannabis wasn't, because these were stocks where, because when I bought the cannabis stock, it wasn't even legal in America, nowhere. These were Canadian stocks. All of these places are in Canada, but I was like, I know it's gonna come to the US. I know it's gonna come to, I know cannabis is gonna be a thing. Like, I just knew it. And I was right. It did make money. I just didn't know. Because in that, I was right. That actually did make money. I was right, but
I love it.
Oh. Go ahead, the artist.
No. I'm listening. My phone keeps cutting me out for whatever reason. But I love when y'all talk about this type of stuff, because I literally, like 2 weeks ago, have said, like, Lord, law, whatever you want to call it. I was like, all right, there got to be an easy way for me to understand this. So just y'all bringing this onto the panel and talking about it is absolutely a manifestation made and put on the table for me. So I'm listening. My phone just keep doing some weird stuff. So my bad.
Yeah. I'm gonna close out YouTube. If you want to come over to TikTok, you can come over to TikTok, but I'm gonna close out YouTube right now, and I'm just gonna, because I need to use my phone. So TikTok is Prosperous Living with _T. If you want to come over there and continue the conversation, you can come over there, but I'm going to close out YouTube. Thank you guys. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
I was gonna say that I know a couple days ago, the artist